All right. G'day everyone. Viv here. I hope you're all keeping well. It's quite late. It's 11 p.m. here in Victoria. I'm lounging back in my chair and I'm buying some very simple kits for our local gaming club. And as I've mentioned a couple of times now, one I posted on Facebook yesterday and in a previous video that I uploaded a couple of days ago, I was thinking I might stream some of this design process for entertainment. I'm going to be sitting here doing it anyway and might as well have a bit of a ramble about what I'm doing, and B, so I can get some feedback from people about what these models for 40k should be like, how much engagement we'll get, how much real-time engagement we'll get, but we'll see. So let's jump into things. Let's not carry on for too long. All right, so SketchUp 2016 Pro. I bought this year ago. They've now moved to a subscription-based model. I don't see any need to have to upgrade to the latest version. We've been using this for a long time. I have two extensions that I've got installed here. One is this is Make Faces from So For You is Make Faces, and the other, I don't know if it's an extension or actually part of SketchUp, but we'll see that shortly. I don't know what it's called. Anyway, so we've got our lady here. We can get rid of her. I normally turn my axes off. I don't like to have them on. I'm going to simply draw. One other thing I will mention before we jump into things. Here in my preferences under the shortcuts, I've set up a whole bunch of different sorts of shortcuts. So for example, paste in place, we use that quite a lot. So I'll be using a Control F, and if I want to draw rectangles and stuff, I've got R assigned to that. So otherwise you can use all these menus here on the side. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and draw out a rectangle, and on my keypad I'm going to type in the dimensions that I want this to be. And I know that my sheet size is for an A4 sprue 198 millimeters, by 298, and that'll give me this tiny little rectangle. Let's zoom in on that. Let's go over here and make this a shaded model. Push pull tool, push this out to 3 mil, and I simply enter that on my keyboard, and that's now given me a flat 3 mil piece of MDF. So I know that's the sheet size of my small sheets, and then I know that my rectangle, my A4 sheets are, what are they, 420 by 298. Push pull tool, push this out to 3 mil. So these are the sprue sizes, so I need to make sure that any parts that I'm designing aren't bigger than these sprue sizes. And if you watched my video a couple of days ago on the assembling the large one, I had made those models what they should have been. So I'm going to start off with a small model. I'll just drag it over here somewhere. So fairly typical. Let's make a corner shaped ruin. I'm going to take this base plate and just copy it using the move tool. So I highlight the piece, press M on my keyboard, that gives me my move tool. I can click on that, drag it around, press control, and it creates a copy of that piece. So I'm going to move this around, move tool, click on this move tool. Let's grab one of these, lift it up here. We'll grab this and stick it on the corner of our terrain. Grab this, duplicate it, and wriggle it around. Now I'm going to overlap these corners because this is where it will all slot together. So you'll see right now that these two corners are overlapping each other. Now this isn't going to work too well because I need to be able to plug this wall into the base. So I'm going to move it over 3 mil, drag it this way 3 mil, and drag this one this way 3 mil. Obviously my walls are overlapping each other, so I can just click into one of these and use my push pull tool to push it back in. I'm just double clicking on all of these shapes to actually go into them. How are you, mate? I hope you're keeping well. Now, one of the issues that I've got with 40k is that I don't really know the game very well. So floor heights and all that sort of stuff windows. I see a lot of people, or I saw, when ninth edition, I think it was released, a lot of people were talking about, the ground floor needs to be completely enclosed and whatnot. So ground floors is something or floor height is something I'm not too sure about. Anyway, so I'm going to grab this bottom plate and just copy it and drag it up 3 inches, and I'm just typing those on my keyboard. I'll grab this and drag it up 3 inches. So now I've got 2 floors that are 3 inches apart. As you can see, it's overlapping, so let's go into this shape and just drag it out using my push-pull tool to just align these with the walls. Now, I could leave my model like this. This is going to be a 3mm lip around this wall here. I might, for these ones, just leave them as they are, but I think I want to make something that's a bit more detailed. So Clam Ev says, as a 40k player, they fixed the thing with the windows, so now windows on the first floor are not a problem anymore. Okay, cool. All right, so that's good to know, because that gives us a little bit more freedom with what we might do. So right now I've just got a 3mm model here. I'm just going to bash some holes in this. So if I was making this out of foam core like the models that I did years and years and years ago, more than a decade ago, I'd cut a bunch of windows in this. So let's do that. So I'm going to grab my tape measure tool over here. It's this one here. I've got my hotkey T pressed up, and I want my windows 20mm from the bottom. Whoops. So I'll click and then drag up and type in 20. What's going on? 20. So now there's my 20 mark. And from there, I want my windows to come up. Let's say 25mm. And so now I know that in between here is, a 25mm gap. Should be 25. There we go. All right. So let's draw some rectangles in here. Let's actually, we're going to go into this shape first, so let's select that rectangle, cut that out of there. This is a solid shape. You can see all the lines on this piece are all highlighted, but I want to work on just one of these faces, so I'm going to double click on this, and now when I select one of the faces, it only selects that. I'll paste that back in place. I don't know how wide this is at the moment. What is it? It's approximately 19mm. Let's get some laser cutting precision going on here. Windows, models, 5 decimal points. So now we've got a window that is 18.7113, etc, etc. Let's just select the rest of the shape. We'll cut that, highlight everything, Control A, delete that, Control F to paste that wall back in place, push-pull tool, push it back out 3mm. There we go. So now we've got a window here, but I want my window to be 20mm wide. So I need to push-pull this face over to here. There we go. Let's get rid of our guides. Edit, delete guides. Now I've got a window in that bottom floor. So let's pop a few more of these windows in here. We'll just draw a line across here just to close up the shape. That will allow me to copy that. Actually, I'll use my move tool, and on my keyboard you might have a different hotkey set up. Click and drag this. I'm going to drag windows out to here and divide that by 3. That'll give me 2 more windows in there. Highlight my wall, cut it, select everything, delete, paste it back in place. By default, SketchUp doesn't have a hotkey for paste in place. Push that in. So ping, hey mate, how are you? This is SketchUp. I'm using SketchUp 2016 Pro. But I'm sure the newer versions of SketchUp will work exactly the same. So there we go. Now I've got a bunch of walls in this side. I can go back into that shape. I can see here, this is my floor height here, right? So I'm going to draw a line from here up 20mm. Whoops, don't know where that went. Click here. See those dotted lines? I need those dotted lines. Where are the dotted lines gone? Don't know what's happening with the dotted line. SketchUp does some weird things sometimes. Up 20mm. Okay. And then on this floor, up 20mm. Okay, let's go back into our wall. This is our wall piece here. I'm just going to draw a line through all these windows just to make them solid. Hit my E key on my keyboard. Again, SketchUp doesn't have any hotkey set up by default. You'll need to go into your Windows preferences, shortcuts, and set your eraser tool to whatever you want it to be. Mine is obviously E for eraser, or you could select it from your toolbar over here. I'm going to get rid of those lines we just drew. We just drew those to close those windows up. Because I want to select these, I'm just double clicking in these shapes. So if I single click it, it selects this face. If I double click, it selects the face and its edges. I'm holding my shift key and double click, double click, double click. M key for my move, or you could use it from the toolbar over here. Click on one of the points, drag it, press my control key, that will create a copy. You can see that green line now where my cursor is. I'm going to hold my shift key, so it doesn't matter where I move my cursor now, I'm always going to be on that axis. Drag it up to here, click on that point again, copy it, drag it up to this point there, copy it, select the rest of my face, cut that, select all, delete, control left to paste back in place. P for my push pull tool, or you could select it from your toolbar, and click and drag it out, and on my number pad press 3 and enter, and that's given me a 3mm thick wall. So now I have a simple wall. I'm just going to duplicate that for the other side over here, so I'll delete that, grab this, copy it, and rotate it. This is with the move tool, grab that point, drag it on top. So now I've got two walls. This is, let's get rid of those guides, I don't like seeing them. This is what I'd be doing for a standard foam core building. You know, I'd draw out on my foam core where I want my windows, and then I'd go ahead and cut them out. This is super easy to do in foam core. I don't know why you'd buy an MDF model like this, but for the purposes of making a very quick tutorial on a very simple building, this will do. Excuse me. Alright, it's looking fairly simple. I'm just going to grab this floor, copy this. So the way I copy things is using my move tool. Like I said before, click on one of the points, left control, and I want to drag this up 3 inches. And I simply did that by pressing 3 on my number pad and the quote number. There we go. Now we've got an extra floor up there. That might be our roof. So let's grab this wall here. I'll double click into it. If I select a shape, it will just give me, I will highlight everything. If I double click into it, we will be able to play with the different faces. Alright, so now we've got a simple building. What we might do is just drag this wall up 10 mil. Just to give the top of our building a little lip. 10. There we go. 3 floors and a roof. Let's start cutting some of this up. So we'll drop in, we'll go into this shape, double clicking to go into it. And I know when I'm in it because everything else gets grayed out. I'm going to use my pencil tool and I'm going to draw a line across here. I'm just clicking in random places. Come over there. Okay, you see how that line has gone up and down a little bit. So I'll use my eraser tool to erase that, and erase that. Use my line tool again, my pencil, make sure I'm still on that correct axis, and we'll join all those up. Now you'll see, whenever you cross a shape completely from one side to the other, you'll end up with 2 faces. Now I want this face, so I'll highlight that, press Ctrl X to cut it out of there, Ctrl A to highlight everything I don't want, delete it, Ctrl F for me in this case to paste in place, and then push and click on this, drag it down 3 on my key number pad and enter. Now I've got a floor that's 3 mil wide, 3 mil thick. Now I'm going to go into this shape here and do the same thing. So, you know, it's obviously going to be a different pattern. Or whatever, something like that. There we go, we'll cut that, delete that, push that in there, push pull. Now, At any time when you've got a floor like this, you can always modify and play with the shape that you've made. So I'm going to go back into this shape. I don't like this big gap here, so I'm going to use my line tool and just connect up these 2 points. Delete these lines using my eraser. Highlight everything else. X, Control A, delete, paste in place. I don't like this either, so I'm going to come over here and cut this off. You can do whatever you want. And this weird point here looks stupid, so let's just go in and cut it off there. And we'll just do the bottom floor. Let's go in here. Let's go in narrow. Let's come out here. Let's go in over here this way. And I think I've got snap to grid on. Give me half a second. Yeah, let's go up to window, model info, enable length snapping. Uncheck that because it's snapping to certain points. I can't draw lots of. It's still snapping. All right, let's forget about why it's snapping for the moment, and we'll figure that out later on. There we go. Simple floor. So obviously this is the maximum size of the sheet, the sprue size, but one thing I always forget is that I can't make my model this size. Why? Because this is the size of my sprue. And normally when we design a kit, I'm just going to go into this shape and use my offset tool to drag a shape in. I'm going to press click, drag, press 5 and enter. So now I've got a border. So this is going to be the sprue, this outside shape. And then this inside shape is the maximum size of any parts I can put on here, because this gives me a 5mm border around those parts. So if someone's looking at this kit in the shop and they drop it on the floor, maybe the corner of the sprue might get damaged, but it's not going to damage any of the parts. So if we then take this shape back over here, click on this point, drop it in here and cut it, get rid of this and paste that one back in place, we can see I've got walls that are too big now to fit on a sprue. So I just need to make a couple of real quick adjustments. I'm going to highlight everything, shift and unselect. I'm going to grab this point here and I'm going to drag it onto that point there. And I'm going to double click on this wall, use my tool, which is over here on your menu, or if you've set up again in your preferences over here, model preferences, shortcuts, you can find in here your push pull tool. I've assigned my P key, so I press P on my keyboard and I'm just going to push this in so it's within this border, somewhere around there, be fine. It doesn't really matter too much. And I know that this wall was a copy of the other one, so I'm just going to push this in this way. So now I know that this piece here is going to fit on the sprue sheet. There is one other thing that I need to check, and I'll use my tape measure to do that. Again, it's over here on your toolbar, or the T key on your keyboard if you've set it up. Is the height of this piece is 238 millimeters, or 238.6. So I know now if I take this piece here, let's copy it, and we lay it down on its side. It's not its side, is that flat? It is flat. And we take our sprue, we'll copy this, select this, just rotate it around, go down, select one of these points here, zoom back down here, and I put it inside my frame. We can see that that wall is going to fit on the sprue, no problems. And I get a little bit of extra space here for, you know, details, buttresses, or whatever else I want. Okay, it's base key up, set up to for this general selection tool. So whenever I'm going into something, so say I want to move this shape around, once I've finished moving it around, my move tool is still selected. So I've set up my space bar to go back to this select little arrow here. Again, SketchUp by default doesn't have any of these things set up. You've got to go into your window preferences and hotkeys. So the space allows me to click off of that shape. if I had my move tool selected and I moved this around somewhere, if I'd clicked on this and put it somewhere, I wouldn't be able to do anything else. I'd just keep moving parts around. I need that select tool set up. Okay, so we've modified our walls. Now we need to modify our floor. This is a really, really simple model. This is not what I will be making for the gaming. And super simple example that most people could probably relate to. As I said at the beginning of the stream, all we're doing here is replicating the process of what you would do out of foam. And then we'll get into some more hardcore stuff. Well, not hardcore, the concepts are exactly the same, the tools are the same, we just need to worry and focus a little bit more on things, which we'll see shortly. So there we go, we've got a real simple model. There's a big problem with this model, it doesn't connect. G'day Olovsky, how are you mate? Sorry to ask again, but what is this program? This is SketchUp. I'm using SketchUp 2016 Pro, simply because I don't see the need to have to upgrade to a subscription. I bought this many years ago, well not outright, but you know, I bought a license for it years ago, and I don't see the need to have to upgrade. Now, sometimes when you're pushing and pulling walls around, you can see this wall, I can pull it this way, but I can't push it back the other way. I want to push it back so that this base here is flush with this wall. But I'll get to a point and I can't push it any further. That's because of this point here. This point can't go back this way, so SketchUp won't let me do that. So I'm going to simply take my line tool and click on this point here and draw a line. As soon as I've got that red line, I know I'm on one of the axes, hold my shift key and drag it over all the way across. And now I can adjust my wall how I need to. The basic process is super fast. It is. It's pretty fast. You know, once you've come to terms with the, you know, your copy, paste, paste in place, your push pull tool, you know, then you're just really limited by your imagination. I'm just modifying some of these pieces here because I don't like some of these shapes. I don't like this stupid corner here. And for me, at least anyway, I know that Scott designed slightly differently. It is just literally a whole bunch of, you know, going in and copy paste, you know, highlight or delete them, push pull, paste in place, all that sort of business. So there we go. Now we got a simple ruin, right? But none of this connects to each other. You can see everything is still overlapping. If we zoom in on this corner here, we can see this wall is overlapping with this wall. And this floor is connected to this wall. So the first thing we need to do, at least in my opinion, is make our floor slot into the wall. So I'm going to click on this shape at the top, double click to go into it. I'm going to select this line at the bottom. You can see now I've got this corner line is selected. Use my move tool, click on the bottom point or the top one, it doesn't matter. Click on that. You can see it's now dragging that corner or that point around, and it's affecting the shape of my floor. I'll press Control. I've now made a copy of that wall and it's sitting on my cursor. I'm going to go drag it over here and stick it here, and then press my divide key on my number pad and type maybe that wall, maybe put 9. Now it's giving me a whole bunch of little tabs here. Push tool, I'm going to push this one in, and this one in 3mm, this one in 3mm, this one in 3mm, and that one in 3mm. I'm going to do the same on this side. I'm going to select this wall, copy that over this side, and divide that by 9. Now I've got, I always use an odd number when I'm doing this because that way I get enough segments here to be able to put. Once you've done one, you can double click on all the others and it will push it in 3mm. So now, if I grab this wall and move it out of here, you can see there's those tabs that you always see on an MDF kit. Let's do the other walls real quick. Same process, going to highlight one edge of the wall. Actually, we did the other wall first, so let's do that. That way all our pegs are in the same place. What's going on? Select this wall, move it across. So this ruin is just a super simple example. Double click this. Because the last push-pull move I did was 3 mil in, it's always going to replicate that until I change that push-pull dimension. And divide this by 3. Whoops, not by 3, we want to divide it by 9. So grab that wall again. We'll drag this over here. Divide that by 9, that's giving me my segments. Alright, that's our second floor. Let's go into this floor here. After you've done this a while, all this repetition, it becomes second nature and boring sometimes. Especially when you're just doing simple stuff like this. Let's copy this over. Divide that by 9. That'll give me 9 segments, and we can push that one in. Push that one in, push that one in, push that one in, push that one in. Okay, so now all of our floors slot into this building here. But you can see if I select this face, there's no holes in this building. We get out of here and we grab this wall and we drag it out of the way. There's no holes in this building for those slots to plug into. So we go into this shape. Using my rectangle tool, I'll then draw rectangles around all of these. There are more intelligent tools in SketchUp to, interface these floors with the wall to automatically do this. But in my experience, they're a little bit sketchy. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. I just find that this is the easiest way to do it. It's a bit more labor intensive, but we get there. And like I said, I'm just using my rectangle tool to do this. So now I've drawn all those rectangles. If I click off of this shape and go back into it and click on the face, it's only going to select this face. Right now I've got multiple faces within faces. I've got this face here within this face here, or this shape within this shape. So I'm going to select this shape, Control X to cut it, Control A to copy everything that I don't want, delete, paste in place, push pull 3 mil, and now all of a sudden I have a wall that plugs onto here. And I'm going to do the same thing on this side. And this is the basics of making an MDF kit. It doesn't matter how complex your design gets, that's it. Copy, paste, paste in place, push, pull, delete. It's pretty much all you need to know. Well, until you start drawing curves and all that sort of stuff, then we can use our tools over here to draw, circles and stuff, or use our arc tools to start drawing arcs and all that sort of stuff, which we'll do a little bit later on. All right. Just a very quick example. I don't know why you'd want to buy a kit like this, but I do see them on the market, so there's obviously a demand for them. I'm just going to cut a little bit more of this top floor out of here, just so the floor underneath it overhangs a little bit more. That'll be that. Right, so what this doesn't have now is a base it can plug into. So let's move this out of the way. Now, to make this plug into a base, and we still need to do our corner joins here. So let's quickly do those. We'll go into one of these walls. You guessed it. Click on one of the shapes, copy that down to the bottom. And let's divide this by 13. What happened then? Go in, select that, copy it down to here, divide that by 13. Okay, so now I've got a bunch of little joins here, little dove tooth sort of things. I'll put go up 3 mil, go up 3 mil. Every second one will push in. And we'll go back into this face, and on this face, we'll do exactly the same thing. Select this, go down, copy it, paste it down here, click there, divide by 13. Now I've got the same shapes, but I want to go the other way now. So I'm going to push this one in. Nope, you can see if I push that one in, I've got a gap here. Wrong piece. I want to push this in. 3 mil. Now you can see I've still got a solid wall there. So now we'll just go up. Click that one. Double click that one, double click that one, this one, this one. There we go. Let's get out of there. So now I've got pieces that slot onto, that slot onto the floors with these gaps here going onto here, and then these dove's tooth or this sawtooth or whatever you want to call it connecting onto my wall. When I've separated it out apart, from another part and I want to align it back to the other part, I can just zoom in, use my move tool, click on one of these points and just drag it wherever I need to go. And I want to drag it over here, and I want that point to, and it will snap to any other point. And I want it to snap to there. Now on our laser machines we use Trotex. I don't add any tolerance here. You can see here this floor, let's zoom back out, this floor, these tabs are slotting in absolutely perfectly. There's no tolerance in this piece. I don't need to add that on my machines. In a Chinese machine that we had before, I would have had to have come into this section, my push-pull tool, and add some tolerance around this. That's just a quick example. Obviously you'd type in the dimensions that you want your tolerance for, but and add some tolerance so that the pieces could slot in, because the laser wasn't as precise as the Trotex are. I don't need to do that, so I'm not going to add any tolerance. Because MDF is an engineered product, but it's not always 3.0 millimeters. Sometimes it can be 3.1, 3.08, 3.14. As soon as it starts to get above 3.15, slotting them into a no tolerance slot starts to get a little tight, but you know, that varies between batches, so I can't make an allowance for that because of that variation in batches. MDF has a manufacturing tolerance of 0.2 of a millimeter, so sometimes we do get batches of MDF. Well, I haven't had one for a couple of years now, but every now and then we'd get a batch of MDF that was, you know, around the 3.18, I had one that was 3.2 at one stage, and I rang them and said this is suitable, and they said it's within the manufacturer's tolerance. Can't do anything to help you, sorry Viv. And so I just cut all of that up into pieces and gave it away to local makers here who just need MDF for their Etsy stores or whatever, and took the $2,000 loss on that pallet and bought another one. Alright, so we're putting a base now. We've jigsawed our wall, our floors are all slotted in. Let's go into put some slots in our base here. So again, same process. We're going to go across, drag this across to here, divide this. We don't need too many slots in our floor, so I'm going to divide this by 5. Why did that not work? Zoom in, copy this over to that corner there, divide by 5. So now I've got some slots. Now pull these slots down. And we'll go into this one here. And go have a look in the comments and see what's been there so far. Divided by 5. Push-pull tool, pull this down by 3. Pull this down by 3. Cool. And we can get our floor. Let's put a floor in like this. So underneath our model, my rectangle tool, I can click on this point all the way to this other point, and it will just create a rectangle that's the same size as those walls. Just pull that down 3 mil. Okay, so once you've made a shape like this, if you click on these, you'll have individual faces. And then if I draw anything else, let's say I put another wall on here, I draw another rectangle, and this is going to be another wall on here. Pull this wall up to, whatever height I need it. All of these are still connected. They're all connected now. All these faces are connected. So whenever I draw a shape, I need to make sure that I triple click on it to select all of the faces and all of the edges of that shape right click, select group or make group, and now that's one single shape. And if I draw a shape on top of that, it's going to be a separate shape all by itself. It's not connected to this. So just keep that in mind. You're messing around or you messing around. Don't know how useful these will be for people, but it gives me something to do. All right, where are we in the chat? So Parabot2 says the basic process is super fast. It is super fast. You know, we already have a model here. We just need to come into this base and 3 mil. And well, we do this on our kits and put about 3 mil so that those slots actually slot into the bottom of the base. Some people will just leave the walls flush with the base, and if I cut out of this wall here, let's just cut this out as an example. So now you'll see that my base here has that gap in the bottom. Let's just go down there. It has that gap where that slot's going to slide into, but it creates an unsightly edge along the bottom here, and I don't really like doing that. So we will always add, well, not always, generally we will add around all our kits. Just going to pull this out by 3 mil and pull that out by 3 mil. We can go in here, R key to cut out these slots. So if I highlight that face, you can see easily what I'm doing. There we go. Now we've got a model that will assemble, and it looks shit. But all right, so Owen Coonan says, "Hey Viv, not seen that way of altering a group so much quicker. Thanks, mate." No problems. I think you might have been talking about when I was altering the floor here in terms of using the push-pull tool to push and pull things around. Rule says Sketches is similar to Inkscape. I haven't used Inkscape. One of the guys that has done some designs for us in Germany uses Design Spark Mechanical, I think it's called. Design Spark Max, maybe? Oh, what's my battery on my microphone like? If the sound cuts out, please somebody mention it in the chat. This battery is on 1 bar. I know it needs to be changed shortly. And I've got spare batteries next to me, but what's its face? OBS is over there, and it's a long way to have a look to see if my mic is still running. So if the sound cuts out, let me know. All right, so we've got our basic model here. Let's just chop this off here a little bit. All right, so we've got our basic model. Fine. How do I then prepare this? You've done all your designs in SketchUp. Impressive. Well, we used to just do them. We used to do all our designs in 2D in Adobe Illustrator and thinking three-dimensionally how everything slots and plugs together. All of that we used to do in our brain with just a whole bunch of visualization and using Adobe to line things up and see how everything connects to each other. We probably did that for the first year and a half. So all of the Century City stuff was designed like that. You know, Aftermath, Chinatown, Waterfront, Century City, you know, good 80 models was designed in Illustrator in 2D. And it wasn't until we started... actually, we were chatting with the guys from Miniature Scenery, who are also based here in Melbourne. And their lead designer had mentioned Craig. Excuse me. I had way too much bolognese for dinner and 2 bowls of ice cream. I don't feel very good. We were chatting with Craig from Miniature Scenery, and he was like, you design all your stuff in Adobe Illustrator 2D while thinking three-dimensionally how everything plugs together. We're like, yeah. He's like, use SketchUp. It's so much easier. And so we started using SketchUp and switched over to that. All right, so now I've got a model. Let's get rid of all these other shapes. I might leave these here because they're my sprue sizes. Let's just leave them over there. I've got a real simple model here, right? So I'm going to highlight all of this just by dragging over it, press my M key to move it all around, press my Control key to make a copy, and I'm going to drag it off here somewhere. And I'm going to lift it up off of the floor a little bit. Okay, So at the beginning of the stream, I'd mentioned that we use two extensions. One was this make faces. So we use this whenever we design a shape in Illustrator and bring it into SketchUp. When you do that, it's a solid shape and you need to be able to convert that into faces. And so that's what that extension does. And the other one is this one. I don't know if it's a native part of SketchUp or if it was an extension that I had to install, but given it's not here in the extensions list, I'm not entirely sure. So now I need to start flattening all these pieces so I can lay them up in Adobe and send them off to the laser cutter. So I'm going to double click into this, select the top face. This is going to be the side that's facing upwards in the laser. I'm going to right click on this and select unwrap and flatten faces and unwrap and flatten. If you can't see this option in SketchUp, if you decide to ever play around and have a bit of a mess around, if you can't see this option, then it must be an extension and you'll have to Google how you can get it for your version. I'm going to unwrap and flatten that, and you can see it's dropped it now down to the floor. So this is at the 0 point on the z-axis. Get out of that, delete that. Unwrap and flatten this, get out and delete that. Unwrap and flatten this. So if you ever go into a shape and you double click accidentally to flatten your face, but you've selected everything else, when you try and flatten this, it'll complain bitterly. So just click off of that. Make sure you've just got your top face selected. Right click, flatten faces. We're just going to go all the way around and flatten all our faces like this. And I delete the faces as I've flattened them so I don't end up with any duplicates. There's my base. Right, now on my camera's view here, you could probably find this under view toolbars, and it will be one of these ones here. I think it's called views, this one here. Untick that, yeah, views. Top down, which is the second one. Highlight everything. I'm going to give it a color, so we want to go to materials. Colors. And I like to use this one here. It's DO2. So there's all our shapes, but they're all sitting on top of each other. So I just need to use my move tool, and it's important when I'm doing this to make sure that I'm looking top down. Otherwise, I'll start moving things off of that 0 point axis, off of the floor, and things will start to get a bit tricky from there once I bring it into what's it called, Illustrator. So there's our parts for our Super Shitty model. There's some sort of guide there. The axis is back on it is. Let's turn those off. Make sure you don't have any axes or anything, or guides or anything highlighted. And there's our shapes, our parts. Use my pen tool. I'm going to click on the furthest most left point and draw a line above whatever the highest point, and another line on this side, and it will snap to that other one, hopefully. There we go. So now I've got two lines coming up. I can use my dimensions tool over here. Again, that if you don't see it, it'll be under view toolbars. You can find it. It's probably under construction here. Unclick that, you'll see that will disappear. I'm going to use my dimensions tool, click on this point, and drag it up. So now this entire shape is going to be 696 millimeters wide, but from here, once I've flattened all my pieces, in this case it's a super simple 6-part model. Let's just save this, hey, real quick, save this on the desktop, and we'll just call this, simple raw 1, stream 1. All right. File, export this as a 2D graphic. We want to export it as an EPS. Again, I'll just put it on my desktop as a simple raw 1, stream 1 export. Right, made all our parts, our pieces. Let's go into Illustrator. While Illustrator takes 6.5 years to load, I'm on my computer at home. This one's much faster. I'll say let's create a new drawing. I always use 1000 by 600. That's the size of our laser cutting beds, 1000 millimeters by 600. and we'll create a blank board. Zoom out. So whenever I'm coming back and forward between SketchUp and Illustrator, obviously the shortcut keys are different. I always get confused. Like to move around in SketchUp, at least for how I've set it up, is my shift key and click on my middle mouse button, and that allows me to move around the screen. My scroll bar, my middle, what's it called, the mouse wheel zooms in and out, and if I use my mouse key, the middle mouse button, I can pan around a model, and then shift key allows me to move around. You can see that little hand pops up to grab the canvas. But in Illustrator, it's slightly different. I'll be back. Thank you so much. Like I said, I hadn't noticed that the batteries had gone flat, and I said to you, if you can't hear me, make a chat message, because bloody OBS is all the way over there on, I've got OBS set up on my big screen TV, and it's all the way over there. Thanks for tuning in, Owen. It'll be up on the channel. There'll be multiple sorts of streams like this. I just wanted to do a real quick one. What's the time? It's 11:40. I'll probably be out for a couple more hours. I might do something a bit more advanced. But there'll be lots of these coming up, mate. Okay. While I get cables and shit out of the way. These are professional, high quality production from Dice with me grumbling and groaning and swearing and cables and stuff. We're a professional outfit here. All right. So yes, we're back on. Solvix, how are you, mate? Thanks for joining us. Right, so I've just dragged that EPS. It is, it's raw and real, mate. I've dragged that EPS into Illustrator now. Now, I don't know, I pay Adobe a stupid amount of money every month. I have full access to all their suites. I don't know what version this is. Illustrator Help System Info. It's whatever the latest version of Creative Cloud is, 2021 or whatever it is. Anyway, so we'll zoom into this, we'll get our text tool, we'll highlight this dimension here because we need this. So we'll copy that. Use my direct selection tool, which for me is my A key, or you can use your direct selection tool over here. You want to highlight these lines at the top, delete once. You can still see I've got some anchor points selected. Oh, fuck, hang on. Let's go back to where you can actually see what the hell I'm doing. All right, so let's go back here, right? High quality. High quality. So Olovsky says, any tips for doing 20mm terrain in MDF? Yeah, sure. Let's finish this up and then we'll come and have a look at that. All right, so like I said, we had, let's go back. All right, let's fucking go back a step. Off screen, I've got my Windows Explorer open. I'm just grabbing that EPS and I'm going to drag it back into Illustrator. There we go. So this was our 2D diagram that came straight out of SketchUp. I'm going to highlight this total width. This is the total width. Now I'm doing this to make sure that these parts are actually to scale. Because if I go in and have a look, and let's get my rectangle tool here. we click on this anchor point and we go to this anchor point, we can see here there in my pop-up, I hope you can see that, it says height 1.66 millimeters. These pieces are way smaller than they actually should be. So that's why we need this dimension here. So we'll go in, we'll select this number here, copy that, we'll zoom back out, direct selection tool, again for me that's A on my keyboard, but otherwise it'll be the solid arrow on your toolbar over here in this panel. Delete that. You'll still see there's some anchors still highlighted, so delete again, we'll delete those anchors. We now need to get rid of this solid black line, so direct selection tool, click on that, select same stroke color. That'll highlight all of the black lines. Delete, that gets rid of all of them. Okay, so now I can click on this shape here. Let's get out of here, escape, escape, escape. You can see this is all one group of shapes right now. So up on the top where my shape dimensions are, make sure that your aspect is selected to constrain the proportions. Paste your number in there and hit enter. And now all your shapes will be the size that they need to be. Now, right now, these are all compound paths, or anything that's got a cutout inside it is a compound path. So first thing we need to do is ungroup this and left click on one of the shapes, right click, release the compound path. The compound paths will cause problems for us later on when in the laser cutter, and also when we add sprue points. So we want to make sure that we get rid of all these compound paths. So like I said, anything that comes out of SketchUp as an EPS that has a cutout within a shape will be a compound path. So right click on that, release the compound path, and I'm going to press Ctrl G straight away. That'll just group everything that's in there together. So when I move that around, it's all one piece. Let's do one thing real quick. Let's highlight everything, Ctrl A. Let's go up here and get rid of our fill, and we'll come down to our stroke down here. Double click on our stroke, and I'm going to make this stroke 2550, 255. That's a pink line. So on our lasers, we use pink lines to cut. I'm just going to highlight everything and make it a hairline, 0.001. That's a hairline now. Control E to be able to see my artboard properly. So now I've got one shape over here. If I move this around and I right click on it, it's not a compound path anymore. Whereas if I left click on this one, right click, release the compound path, and then click off it and then drag this, it's leaving parts behind. So before you leave, release the compound path and then immediately make it a group so you don't have to come back and do it later on. Control G. So that's a group now. This one will be fine. It's not a compound path because there's no cutouts inside this. So if we click on this and right click, you see there's no compound path here. This one won't be a compound path because it's got shapes cut out of the inside. Release the compound path, Control G. There we go. So now we've got shapes that have come out of SketchUp that we designed in 3D. We flattened all those parts over here. Saved it as a 2D graphic as an EPS. I dragged that EPS here into Illustrator. I'm now going to file save this as an AI document and put that on my desktop. Which is, yeah, whatever. AI, save. Okay, cool. So now we've got our shapes. This is the maximum bed size of our laser, 1000 by 600. So I could right now waddle over to the lasers if I was at the studio and cut this file. I don't think I've got the printer set up here. File, print. No, so from Illustrator, normally now we would print this to a Trotec machine, but that's not installed here on this computer at home. It's a new one. I need to bring the software here and install it. But I would go file print. So I'll do that for the next stream. File print this to Trotec, and it would then from there create a JPX or some sort of file that job control that operates the lasers will be able to read. So we've got our basic shapes. Let's come up into the chat and see what's going on. How long will the cutter take to do all this? So for this shape here, it will probably take maybe 7 minutes, maybe 6 to cut all of this out. If I had the software installed, Can I do it from here? Can I do it from here? I need a serial number of one of the machines, which I can log onto the server. I don't think so. I'll get that for the next stream. Otherwise, we'll be able to find out exactly how long this will take to cut. All right, let's get back up into our chat. How long will this take to cut? Gruel says, Olovsky, good question. I am playing true 25mm, and I ask door sizes all the time to see if it will work. GW and Marvel sizes are over 32mm scale, so I make door frames to fit my scale. And then Tamsin P says, damn, only just seen your live. I don't know what sort of schedule I'll have for doing these. Like I said, it's 11:50 p.m. now, Sunday night. Most of these will probably happen in the evening. So I don't know if there's going to be some schedule to these. I'm not good with the schedules. I do things when the inspiration hits me. I will try to put up maybe, I think YouTube does like a half-hour notice or something. Or I haven't figured out how to schedule live streams and all that sort of stuff. But maybe I'll do that in the future. Right, let's come back up to Gruel's question about door frames. Let's go back to our model, right? Where are we? SketchUp. So here's our model. This one, let's grab all of this and drag it over here. Right, this one was designed for 28mm. Well, it's been designed based on a floor height. So if I get my tape tool, for me it's T on my keyboard, but you probably need to select it from your construction panel over here. Select this and drag this up. It's 73.2mm, which is 3 inches. Because I wanted this to be for 40K, I seem to remember something being somewhere that floor heights are 3 inches or something. I don't know. Again, this is just a very basic model. But I've based everything else around this floor height. Again, it's for 28mm. But let's take this whole model. So who asked that question? Gruels. So I make door frames to fit my scale. What's your scale? How big do you make your door frames? Let's make a model for you, mate. In your scale. Olovsky says, I'm playing Gaslands and need some buildings for it, but the scale is all over the place using cars in 1/64 scale, figures in 1/72, and it's a giant mess. Well, Gaslands uses, how wide are those doors? 32mm tall, how wide? Gasland uses Matchbox cars. I don't know what scale they are. They're probably, Gaslands is 20mm scale, is it? Is it 20mm? It's got to be smaller than that. No, it can't be. It'd be 20mm, right? Flames of War is 15 and tanks are smaller than a Matchbox car, so Gaslands is going to be bigger than 15mm. Right, whilst Gruel's getting back to us about the width of his door, let's delete everything here. We still have our model. Hopefully we still have our model. All right, there's our original model. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's just draw a random shape. Let's make it 200 by 200mm. So we've got a square base. Push, pull, push this out to 3mm. Triple click, make it a group. Okay, so we've got a base. Okay, so his doors are 32mm tall and 25mm wide. Okay, so let's grab a copy of this floor. Drag this up. Click this onto here. Okay, so I'm going to draw a rectangle over here on the ground. This is right now sitting flat on the ground. I want this to be 32, and then I press a comma. 25. I'm working in millimeters. So when you install your SketchUp, it'll ask you what dimension or what measurements you want to work in. Obviously, I work in millimeters. So now I've got that door shape. I'm going to double click on this and make it a group. Okay, so now I've got a door template. I'm going to copy this and drag it over here. I'm going to try, actually, let's go in this and make this 3mm. It'll make it a lot easier to move it around. I'm going to move it up and move it around. I'm going to grab it in the middle I'm going to stick it in the middle of this panel. When you're trying to find the middle of a piece, if you move your mouse along the bottom edge or any of the edges, you'll see that little circle appear. I hope you can see that. It's snapping to the center. And then as I move this along my wall, might help if I've got, there it is, that's in the center. Okay, so there's my door, right? So right now I'm going to cut this door out of here. I'm going to go into this shape by double clicking on it. I'm going to paste it back in there, right click, select explode, select the wall around it, cut that, select everything I don't want, delete it, paste it back in place, push it in, and there's my door. Okay, cool. Now that's nice. Let's put a door frame around it. So we'll go over 3 mil. I'm going to draw a rectangle around here. I'm going to pull that rectangle out 3. I'm going to make this a group so I don't run into any problems in the future. Then I'm going to click on this face here. Can I offset outside my shape? I can. Great. Let's make a 3 mil door frame. So I'll press 3 and enter. I'm going to draw a line across the bottom here and a line across the bottom here, and then select that shape, cut that out of there, select everything I don't want, delete it, paste it back in place, push pull tool to push it in 3 mil, and now all of a sudden I've got a door frame. But you know, it'd be nice if my door frame was offset a little bit. So let's go into our shape. I'm going to drag this top section up by 1 and press enter. That's a millimeter. I'm going to drag that out by a millimeter. I'm going to drag that out by a millimeter. I'm now going to go underneath my shape. Oops, and push that up by 1 millimeter. Push that out by a millimeter. Push that out by a millimeter. Now I've got a little door frame around my door. All right, let's go back up to our scale discussion up there. Is it Matchbox 164 scale? I thought it was 164. Been trying to buy 135th scale cars. It's hard in Australia. 135th would be huge. If you compare different cars, you'll see that the scale is all over the place. And then Gruel says, because you can make a sandwich frame to fit over any larger door. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, you know, I've made a frame here that fits around our door frame. Currently using grey board because easy to razor cut. That's true. Right now I'm just doing everything in 3 mil here, but you know, we might want to, you know, have another detail piece that runs around this. That's you know, 1.85, so we get a little bit of relief. Let's quickly do that. Use my rectangle key. I'll make a copy of this trace around this door. Sorry, a bit all over the place. Push pull tool, drag this out 1.85, enter. Now I've got a piece of 1.85 mil MDF, and I'm going to drag, go into here. I'm going to pull this out by 2 mil. I'm going to push that up by 2 mil. Pull that out by 2 mil. I'm going to grab a copy of my door and drag it out here. I want to grab this point that's in there. Grab this, drag this out. That on the same, it is. Okay, cool. I'm going to cut that out, paste it back in place, and drag it onto that face. I don't know. We've gotten lost. Select this shape for me. Okay, cool. We'll go in here, paste that inside there. There's our frame. Cut that out, delete that, push that back in as 1.85, and we'll drag this. I hit K on my keyboard, then that opens up my wireframe, which allows me to see other points I can't visibly see. There we go. Now we're starting to get a little bit of trim and detail. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked here. Solvic says also 3 inches great for war machine as well as floor height. Well, a lot of rules seem to use that 3-inch wall height. A lot of the plastic kits that you can buy, I know that Mantic's Dead Zone stuff or whatever is made on a 3-inch grid. I normally find that the 3-inch wall height is too big, but you know, from a gaming perspective, you know, it's easy to get your hand in there. Typically you'll find that most of our floor heights are 55 millimeters, so good, you know, 17 millimeters shorter than 3 inches. The Gruul says that was cool AF. That door was neat to see. So we're just seeing that just the very basic sort of stuff here. We're going to make some much more detailed sort of stuff as we continue to work our way through these streams, but let's go back to Illustrator because we haven't finished our model yet. Gruul says, learning how we can convert KOD terrain is important. Important. Like the shattered halls I want to use as normal buildings. Alder Von Well says, sorry mate, didn't hear your answer about engraving compared to cutting as your mic dropped out. Okay, right. So at the moment, all we've done here so far is create some shapes that we're going to cut out. Let's go back to Illustrator here, right? Let's play around in Illustrator for a little bit. So this shape, I just want to, now I've got to remember how things in Illustrator work now, right? I've just come out of SketchUp. Let's move that shape up there. Let's rotate this around. All right, so there's both of our walls. Let's highlight these and align the bottom of them. So there's both of our walls. Actually, let's put them on the right side. Now you can see that sawtooth connection in the middle, how they connect together. Let's say I wanted to add some engraving to this now. So there's two types of engraving. There's engraving and then there's scoring. Engraving is where we are eating away material. And scoring is basically where we draw lines on it. So picture any MDF kit that's got brickwork or anything on that, that's all scoring. If you have a look at a lot of our Chinatown buildings, they have signs and stuff that have engraving on them. The difference being, if I wanted to put, let's say, I can't remember my shortcuts here. Let's say I wanted to draw a direct. All right, we back. I got a message from OBS saying it's disconnected. YouTube said it was disconnected, but now it says I've got an excellent connection. Hopefully we're back on. We'll see. We're back. Woohoo! All right, good work, technology. Okay, so coming back to Aldevon's question. So right now I'm going to put a sign in the top of this building. So I'm just going to draw a box, right? I'm going to highlight that box. I'm going to get rid of its stroke and I'm going to give it a fill of pure black. So 0, 0, 0. That didn't work because of why? 0, 0, 0. Now I've got a black box here. Let's put some text into this and we'll call it building 1. And we'll make this impact because that's a nice font that engraves nicely. And it will go into this text here and make it white. My bad. Click on here, click on this. That'll make the text white. Let's get rid of the stroke. And we'll drag that down here. Increase the size of it. And we'll drop that in there. Select both of those, align them in the center and horizontally. No, don't like that. Let's move it down a little bit. Okay, so what's going to happen now is the laser is going to engrave everything here that's black. Gruul asks, how do you keep parts from falling out of the sprue sheet? That's what we're supposed to be looking at. Well, we're getting to that part. We're getting there. So right now it's going to engrave away everything that's black. And so I'll have some raised lettering. If I got rid of this box and we highlighted our text and made our text black, let's go in here, fill color, 0, 0, 0. It's now going to engrave that building 1 into that panel. All right. So let's just cut that out of here. Let's double click. So right now this is a group. Let's double click on this group. Now I'm inside that group. You can see up here I'm inside the group. Control F to paste that back in place and double click out of it. Now that's all one piece. Let's have a look at our sprue points. Aldevon, I will come back to your question about line work and etching and engraving and scoring and all that sort of stuff. Olovsky says, I can never decide if I want to make my terrain player friendly or more on the real side. That is one of the huge questions that you need to consider. How playable do you want your terrain to be? Do you want it to be easy to play with, or do you want it to be detailed? Because there's a balance there. The more detail you add, the less playable it becomes. If we just go back, just for example, jumping around everywhere here, we come back to our ruin in SketchUp. This whole bottom floor is going to be full of rubble. And a good portion of this second floor, all of this is going to be full of rubble. You might have a little bit of space underneath the roof here to crawl underneath here and snipe out one of these windows or something. But in reality, if we go and have a look, right? Let's grab something, right? Let's drag this down so you can see this, right? We'll just go do a quick search for little 2 ruined buildings, and if we go to images, right? See, have a look at this. The whole inside of that building is unusable. You can't get in there. Look at all of this. You're playing on top of the ruins, not at table level. Look at all of this. You can't get in there. Look at this. This is all 1 or 2 stories up. Anyway, how realistic do you want it to be? Well, that really depends. Let's come back to Illustrator. All right, I'm going to turn on my grid. You show grid. So I've got my grid. If I zoom all the way in, I've got my grid set up, and we'll go have a look here. View, no, it's under Edit Preferences, and there'll be something called Guides and Grids. So I've got my grid set up to 0.5 of a millimeter with 1 subdivision. Our sprue points are 0.5 millimeter wide. A lot of people will add a sprue point that's 1 millimeter or whatever. Ours are 0.5 millimeter. So I'm going to, right now, this is a group. I just want to affect this outside wall. So I'll double click on this shape. Make sure that when I select that, I can only see the anchor points on the outside wall. I'll now zoom in somewhere, use my cut tool. Or for me, it's C on my keyboard, or somewhere over here in the menu will be your cut tool. Somewhere around here. I don't know what it looks like because I never click on it. I just press C on my keyboard. C to open up my cut tool, and click on this point. Click on this point, and now I know that that's roughly 0.5 millimeter. Most MDF terrain providers will now delete that section, and if I hide my grid, you can now see there's a small gap in the kit. Let's put a sprue frame on here. Let's zoom back out. Let's draw a shape that for me is 198 millimeters by 298. That's an A4 sprue, right? And just to make sure that we're doing things properly, let's round the corners by 3 mil. Again, that just helps to stop damage and stuff, or kit's looking scuffy. All right, I'm gonna make this yellow because that's the line color of our sprue kits is yellow. So that's 255, 2550. All right, it's hard to see that, but that's the sprue there. This piece will now sit inside this sprue, so let's highlight both of those and align them vertically and from the center. So now I've got this piece sitting inside this piece of MDF. And as the laser goes through and cuts out, a lot of these little tabs will fall under the honeycomb bed into the machine and get vacuumed up later on. These will probably get left on the bed and we have to pick them up individually. But now that I've cut part of that line out, this piece of MDF is now part of this piece of MDF. So we'd go around this whole kit now, show the grid. There's one sprue point there. Let's put another one over here. Highlight this, select that, delete that line out. And we'd go all the way around our piece. I'd put 2 at the top up here. I'd put 2 at the bottom. And I'd put 2 on this side and 2 on this side, and that'll give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sprue points. Now, that that's what most MDF providers will do. I have seen someone that use a 1mm sprue point. That you need to fucking cut out with a knife. It doesn't make any sense to me. 0.5 mil is better, but we go one step further. So let's go back. Let's undo all of this. Let's undo all of this. Where's our piece gone? Let's undo this, undo that, undo this, undo that, undo that. Okay, so here's our piece, right? So when I'm sprueing things for one of our kits, we'll go in, turn our grid on. If you want to be super precise, you can use snap to grid. And then that way you know your sprue point will be 0.5 of a millimeter. It's just annoying to use because you've got to get right on that line. Let's go into this shape. And C to cut. You've got to get it bang on. All right, so I've cut out 2 points there. With my direct selection tool, I'm just pressing A on my keyboard, or you can use it from up here. We need to click on that sprue point. There's our sprue point selected. I now have an action in Illustrator that's set up to automatically change the color of this line. So I'm going to press F2, and now that's changed that line. You can see this line here is orange, 10251 something, 255102. So this line is now orange. Okay, so in my laser, I'll go around this whole model, add those sprue points in, and in our laser, let's turn that grid off. In our laser, this pink line is designed to cut. It's going to go ahead and do all these cuts, and it's going to skip this little orange line. But then in our laser, we have another process set up that runs at a lower power setting, and it comes back and it hits all those 0.5 millimeter sprue points with half power, and it cuts those sprue points half the way through the MDF. So not only do we have a sprue point that's 0.5 of a millimeter wide, but it's also cut halfway through for you. So you can just push those pieces out, pop, 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 without having to worry about scoring or cutting things with a knife. It also generally means that whatever fuzz is left on the sprue point, you can normally just scrape it off with your nail. You don't need to sit there and file things back. So we do that. And that's part of the reason what adds to the cost of our kits, because you know, I'll have 8 on this piece here, 8 on this piece here, you know, probably 1, 2, you know, another 6 on this piece here. So 6, 12, 18 plus 16 is what, 30, plus another 8 on here. There's 38 sprue points where the machine's got to come back and go all over the machine, all over the board. And that adds time, that adds more time. And the longer this kit stays in the laser for, the more expensive it's going to be. And so having the laser come back, this is a very simple kit with 6 parts. You can imagine some of our kits that have hundreds of parts. You know, that's hundreds of sprue points. Sometimes it can take, you know, 5, 6, 7 minutes just to cut the sprue points. And I was saying before, it'll probably take 5 minutes to cut this entire kit. So for a more detailed kit, it's spending the same amount of time as it would to produce one of these just to cut the sprue points on those other kits. That adds to the cost, but it also makes it much easier to assemble our models, especially when you're talking about 1.85 millimeter MDF, because, and some of those parts are very fragile. If you're pushing those parts, you don't want to snap anything. You just want them to come out nice and easily. And so we do that. It adds to the price of our kits, but in my opinion, I think it makes our kits far superior to you know, many other similar kits, simply because we add this bloody orange line here. So that's how we add our sprue points. Now we'd go through and add sprue points where we think we need them, and trying to be as intelligent as we can in terms of hiding them. So that you know, there's minimal cleanup. So I'll sprue this kit off stream because it's an incredibly boring process. Let's just do a couple. Let's do this one piece. I'm going to turn off this snap to grid because it's a pain in the ass to work with. Snap to grid means you've got to be bang on your line, but you know, once you've got the grid there, you can. Let's do the bottom. What the hell just happened? What the fuck? Alright, sorry, I don't know what happened then. Sometimes get a little bit overzealous. I think I pressed the F1 key, which opens up that stupid help menu. Alright, so I've got some sprue points up on this top corner, so I don't need one here because it's already been held in by this one here. So I'm going to come down, I'm going to put them in the middle, one here, one here. This is an incredibly boring step, and until Scott wised up, you know, I used to get him to do my sprue points. I'm not fucking doing your sprue points anymore, Viv. You do your own sprue points. You keep in mind we're adding 8 here, right? 8. You wait until you have to add hundreds. Alright, so there we go. If we get rid of our grid, view, hide grid, I'm now just going to find one of these sprue points. Use my direct selection tool to highlight it. So you can see now down the bottom here, it's the highlighted color. Select same stroke color. And you can see I've got 8 sprue points. I'd then go ahead and do all of those sprue points. And then that way those MDF parts will be part of the sheet. Let's come back a little step before I think we'll wrap this up shortly. Where's my stream? Hour and a half. Yeah. Sovik says, lol, do all the fun bits. Do my points and make it work. Yes. Let's come back up. Who had mentioned, let's go back up in our stream here. Alder Von Well, I don't know if he's still with us or if he dropped out when the stream dropped out before. But let's have a look at etching. All right, so we've got a simple cutout. Let's come back to our model here in SketchUp. Let's say we wanted to have a simple frame, right? Just a line around our window. This is not how we'd do it in SketchUp, but you know, just for illustration perspective. Let's just get rid of this. All right, fine. So let's say I wanted to have a simple line around my building. Or I wanted to add some brickwork or something. I'd come into Illustrator. You can do this in SketchUp as well and then export it out into Illustrator, but there's, you know, multiple groups within groups and stuff. And, so let's make a shape around this shape here, right? Actually, let's not do that. Let's copy this. Let's drag it from anchor point to anchor point, and then we'll go object path offset 3 mil. Select our inside shape and delete it. Right, now I'm going to make this line 102.50.10. These colors, by the way, are specific to us. Your laser might be different. So I've made this a brown line, 102.50.10. You could also make this on our machines a red line, 255.00. The difference being the red line is a very sharp, precise line. The brown line, the 102.50.10, is an offset line. So the laser bed drops down a little bit, which means the laser is now out of focus a little bit. So when it scores this line, because the laser is out of focus a little bit, that line will be a little bit thicker. So normally we'll do brickwork in brown because it makes the line a little bit thicker. So if you wanted to fill it with chalk or a weathering powder, the line's thicker, so you can get some medium in there. But if we wanted to draw, you know, keyholes or, you know, whatever, we'll use a red line because it's far more precise. So now we've got that there. Let's copy this over to all our windows. Drag that over, Control D, Control D. We'll duplicate the last action I did. Can drag all of these down, and Control D should be in the same spot. Now I've got a very simple etched line around each of my windows. And let's just highlight all of this. Let's click off of that shape. Now they're just my window frames. Control X to cut those. Let's double click on this. So now I'm inside that shape. Control F to paste them in place. So now that's all part of that group. So if I need to move it around when I'm arranging sprues and all that sort of stuff, all those parts will go with it. This is going to have building 1 engraved on it. Right, so let's align these. Let's go back in here. We can select same stroke color. Now highlighted all of those. Let's move a copy of them over here. Cut that. Go into this shape. Paste it in there. So now each of our window frames has a very simple scored line around it. Pretty simple. It obviously gets a lot more detailed. Let's put a pattern on our floor here, right? So let's go into our shape here. Let's grab our line tool and make this a brown line, 102.51.0, 102.51.0, and we want to draw a line down here and drag that over somewhat. We could make this precise, but you know, let's duplicate that line around. Why has it changed the outside of this? Don't like that. It's a cut line. 255. 250. What the hell is this number? All right. I'll highlight all these. Control copy, paste in place, rotate them around. Use our direct selection tool to select all of these and drag them in. There, now we've got a very simple grid pattern on the floor, and we could obviously do that same grid pattern on all our floor pieces. Let's save this. There we go. Go back to our chat. So Olipsky says, on my first MDF kit, I set sprues to 5mm and it was shattering unlayering the MDF while cutting. 5mm is a big sprue point. And Gruel says smart half cuts. Yeah, well, you know, it makes it easier for people to assemble their kits, or at least to pop out all the parts. You know, I see, you know, around the traps, you know, people saying, you know, take a hobby knife and, you know, just cut all the sprue points. Fucking, what the hell, man? The person with the laser should be doing that for you. Olovsky says, if you have a bit of OCD, like I have, sprue points can be a nightmare. I was setting my, what does that say, equidistant every time. And Solvik says, to make it look easy. It is easy. Once you know what you're doing, it's relatively, especially for simple buildings like this, it's a fairly straightforward process. All right, so I think, you know, that's about all we can do so far. We can't print this. Oh, actually, there's one thing that we still need to do, right? Let's get ourselves another artboard. Another artboard, click on that, copy another artboard. Let's get some sprues in here, so click on here. So here we've got a decision to make. We can go 198 by 298. That's our small A4 sprue. And we can lay up this piece inside here. Let's copy this across. Copy this piece in here. Just copy this over, put this piece in here. Copy this, put this piece in here. Whoops. Now, are we going to be able to get 2 floors on that sprue? We are. Lovely. Now let's get another one of these. All right. Here's the size of our artboard. Right, so now we've got 5 sprues. Some wasted space on here. Some wasted space on here. A little bit of wasted space on here. A little bit of wasted space on here. I got a decision to make. Do I want to use A4 sprues or do I want to use A3 sprues? Let's go back. Let's get an A3 sprue on here. So we'll click on here. A3 sprues are 420 by 298. How many pieces can I fit on here? There's one. Will it fit this way? Whoops. No. Stick this over here. Let's get another one of these. Stick it there. What's our stream health like? Excellent. Okay. So I know that these two floors will go together. Let's get rid of that. We don't need that. So do I put this on an A3 or A4 or? Look at this. This is not going to work. Let's put that piece there. Let's grab this piece and drag it over here. Let's drag this into here. Got parts that are clipping here, so we just need to make sure there's a little bit of space between them. Okay, fine. See now, that's mildly annoying. This tiny amount of over clipping here. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's go back to our SketchUp model, right? Let's go back to our SketchUp model. Right now our floor is flat, right? It's a square. So we can cut this bit off here, right? So let's go back into our shape here. Let's draw a line across here. And push that down. And just, you know, ruin our floor a little bit. Now I'm going to move this out of the way so I've got some space to work. Highlight all of that, move it out of the way. Alright, I'm going to take my copy of my floor, so M tool, click on it, move it, press Control to copy it, and there we go. Now I'm going to lift it up a little bit off the deck, flatten it, delete that, come top down, give it some color so I can see what I'm doing, move it into here, and file export, 2D graphic, simple ruin, EPS, export, overwrite it, yes, come back to Illustrator, drag in that EPS, which was where on my desktop, that in here. I could have ruined that in Illustrator here directly. Let's just do that, it'll be way easier. We'll come into this shape here. We don't need, so we get our line tool. Where's our pencil? Where's our pencil? So we're going to chop out, you know, chop that out. Oh, I can't because I've got sprue points on there now. Fuck yeah. Gonna cause a problem for me, aren't you? It's my Pathfinder tool. Oh, it fucking worked. Oh no, I didn't put sprue points on here yet. That's right. Oh, hooray for not finishing the job. Drag these in. It doesn't matter if these lines cross over, because the piece is going to get cut out anyway. All right, sweet. So there's our floor ruined, and now it fits on 2 A4 sprues, which is 1 less sprue than 5 A4. Brilliant. All right, I'm going to sprue this up, then I'll cut it at the studio, and in the next stream we'll assemble that. Save it. Let's get out of here. Let's close that. Come back up into SketchUp. So there we go. You know, super simple little corner ruin, just like you'd build out of foam core. Except, you know, we've just made it and laid it up to cut here in Illustrator. Now, obviously this process is super simple. It would probably take you maybe 15 to 20 minutes to do this from start to finish if you weren't talking to everyone and all that sort of stuff. and you know, you could make a whole bunch of different sorts of models like this. But for this very quick, you know, let's pop on a stream and, you know, have a crack. This is our building one model. All right, let's just clean up a few things. Let's get out of here. Save. All right, let's come back up to main camera view. Here we go. Bam. There we go. Simple as that. Let's go back to our chat. Not much is happening there. Solvic says, I end up using a knife for most kits as I'm not strong enough to push them. So the half cuts would probably be a big difference to me. So I'll have to test them. I'd certainly have a look. Maybe in the next, depends on where I do the next stream from. I think I had a video once where I had a tabula rasa kit with pieces, big pieces like this, and I just held it by the frame and shook it like this, and all the parts just fell out. If you add too many sprue points, it's just adding too many sprue points is unnecessary. You want just enough sprue points on the kit so that you can take it off the laser bed and to the shrink wrapping area and shrink wrap it. It doesn't matter if all the pieces fall out after it's been unwrapped, because that you've saved everybody a whole bunch of time. You just want enough sprue points on there to get it from laser bed to packaging. And then once it comes out of the packaging, if it all falls out of the sprue, perfect. And people don't have to pop it out of the sprue. So there we go. Nice, very quick, simple stream. Thank you so much for people for tuning in and you know, engaging with me in chat. It's good to know that I don't need to worry too much about ground floor windows. Let's go back up here for a second. It's good that I don't need to worry too much about ground floor windows and all that sort of stuff for 40k, because, you know, whilst you know, we can add detail in here and all that sort of stuff, it's nice to know I don't need to worry about that line of sight issue. It's good to know, thank you, that 3 inches will be a good height. And I think, you know, I'll cut this and assemble it, and, you know, we'll have a preview on the next stream, and then I think we'll get into something a little bit more detailed, because whilst this I think would be perfectly serviceable, I just think it's a waste of time for a laser cutter. You know, you could build this out of foam core. Yes, it might take you an hour or an hour and 20 minutes to cut out all those pieces and glue them and hot glue them and pin them and whatever together, but we can make something way better. So I hope you join me as we continue to move forward with these streams, and you can be a part of, you know, me unraveling my mind and how I go about, you know, designing, you know, kits that I think people might like to buy. Let's have a look back up in the stream just before we duck off. Bull says, thank you so much for the video stream. Solvic says, nice. Olovsky, that was super informative. Thanks, Viv. You're very, very welcome. Solvic was good to see. Olovsky says, how about a round building? Round shapes on lasers are a little bit difficult. There are things that you can do. Let me just let's do this real quick, right? You can come with me on a journey. I don't think there's anything here that you don't need to be able to see. You shouldn't be able to see any of this anyway. Let's go for a journey. Let's go for a journey. So Larry Sanders has joined us. Please post the stream because I didn't get in at the start. Yes, you will see the stream. I must fix up my NAS. Remind me about that later. File station. Let's go into product development. Let's go into Sentry. Let's go into Easy District. Let's go to curved monorail sections. Let's grab the CPS. SKP file. Oh no, that's flat. This one here. Download that. Alright, let's jump into this model. Look at Scott with his fancy fucking clamps. So this file is for you know, making instructions, and you know, maybe I'll go through the process of how we make our you know, 3D exploded diagrams and all that sort of stuff. Do you think my password flashed on screen for a second? Fuck, it better not have. I don't see how it would have, but I will check it. Alright, so here you can see we've got a round piece in here. This model is all 1.85 MDF, so if we have a look here, 1.8498. Okay, so we're 0.002 millimeters off here. But this is a 1.85 millimeter model. And this piece here is a 1 millimeter piece of high impact polystyrene plasticard. And you can see, you know, as it goes in, it's been held in by some of these clips here. And if we go back a step, that's what these clamps are here for. Part of the assembly instructions. Slot this in, run a bead of super glue behind here, and clamp this in place, because it's very difficult to slot this stuff into bits and pieces. But you know, we may be able to make some round buildings or play around with round buildings by using different sorts of components like this 1mm plastic card. We also do use 1mm box board on some of our kits, but you know, this is one way of being able to do round sections with thin plastic material. And you can see here on this kit, Scott's got all his line work and scoring and all this stuff in SketchUp, so you know, we can do all of that stuff in SketchUp and then just export it out into Illustrator. But if you have a look underneath here, Scott has tabbed some of this piece here into the bottom of the MDF, but it's not tabbed at the top, which is why the clamps are there to keep it in place. So it is possible to do round buildings, but it's not something that happens quite frequently, simply because, you know, this 1mm high impact polystyrene is obviously a lot more expensive than MDF is, and plastics don't vaporize in a laser, they melt. MDF, when you cut it, it vaporizes. Acrylic vaporizes, plastic melts. And so what you'll end up with is along this edge, everywhere it's cut is this tiny little burr, and you've just got to run a file across that, or a knife or a piece of sandpaper to take that burr off where the plastic is melted. So we try not to use it a lot because there is some post-processing that the person who's assembling the kit needs to do if they want the kit to be, you know, schmick. So we try not to use it too much. Alright, let's get out of there. Let's get out of there. Come back here. Alright, please post the stream because I didn't get to in at the start. Yes, the stream, all of these will go up live. I might just pause it real briefly while I go and check my password, just make sure that didn't flash up on screen before this goes back up live. Have you ever tried, Larry asks, have you ever tried heavy chipboard instead of MDF? No, I haven't, because there are a couple of different types of heavy chipboard, and the type of chipboard that's designed for laser cutting is fairly expensive. Regular chipboard can have cavities in it. Chipboard is obviously made from a larger particle size than MDF is, and when all of that's glued together, it can have voids in it. So as you're engraving on it, it doesn't give a very nice engraved surface because it can have those voids underneath it, and it depends on the different types of wood particles and the adhesive that's been used to glue all of those particles together. When you engrave through those parts and those pieces, you might be hitting different types of material as you're engraving back and forward on that material. So I haven't used heavy chipboard because of that, but you know, there are laser grade chipboard, and there's laser grade pretty much every type of wood, but I've never used it. There we go. Where are we? An hour and 47 minutes to design a very simple model. I hope you enjoyed that process. I'll leave you with one last final glimpse of that shitty ruin that we made. You know, there's lots that we could do to this. You know, lots. Let's, you know, could fiddle with this stuff for hours and hours, and you know, come down and chop out some of this. Chop this bit out. You could sit here and fiddle with this for hours and hours, and you know, it's great fun. I love it. I love it. But you know, we'll get into something a bit more detailed later on. I don't know, it's up to you. I'm going to sit here and play with this model. If you want to sit there and ask me questions about whatever you want, I'm happy to answer any questions you want. I'm going to mess around on this model. I'm going to be sitting here anyway. What's the time? It's 12:40. I won't go to bed until at least 2, I reckon. So if you want to sit there with me, if I can sit there with me, I'm going to mess with this model. And, you know, at least make something slightly usable. Come out here. If you've got questions about the laser cutting process or the design process or packaging, or you know, just anything to do with hobby sort of stuff, or you know, feel free to ask away. Got any questions about what I'm doing, let me know. Like I said, partway through the stream, most of this stuff is just you know, going into shapes using my line tool here to draw lines across faces, copying or cutting that shape, selecting everything I don't want, deleting it, pasting it back in place, and pushing it down 3 mil. Actually, you know what would have been a good idea? What would have been a good idea? Do I have it? I don't have it, but we can assemble it from this. I was going to say it would be nice to have that other intact model. Can make a couple of variants, but you know, we've got it sitting down here on the floor. We can just take this and assemble it. So I haven't played any 40k for ages, but I'm kind of tempted to get back into it. It's one of those things that just, you know, constantly is sitting there in the background. Let's jump in here real quick. I'll just drag this down here. So this is Axes and Ales gaming group on Facebook. This is the club that I set up a couple of years ago. We now meet at the Thornbury Bowls Club every Thursday. So I painted these guys during lockdown over 9 days last year, when I was, you know, right at the beginning of this whole, you know, COVID situation, and everyone was super tense and stuff. And as soon as you sneezed or anything, you're like, fuck, I've got the plague. And so I had a COVID scare. I was, you know, at a location where positive cases were recorded. And so according to the rules here in Victoria, I had to self-isolate for 12 days. And so I assembled and painted the Marines from the Indomitus box set. And it was the first time I'd bought anything from Games Workshop probably for a decade. It was the first time I'd assembled anything for a decade, painted anything for 40k. Obviously done some Lord of the Rings stuff and all that sort of business, but anything 40k, it was the first time I'd done anything for 40k. And you know, it was great fun. I really enjoyed that that process. Let's just open up my whole life here to everyone on the interwebs, right? So I kept a running log of, you know, each step, you know, what paint I used, so later on I can come back and you know, replicate each of those steps. But you know, they were great fun. I really enjoyed painting them. Oh yeah, of course, the obligatory, you know, Agrax Earthshade spill. Where are we? Getting some detail on the cloaks, and you know, they were great fun to paint. All right, let's get out of here. Let's go back into the chat. Coming over here. So good stuff. Wish I'd got here earlier. Well, you can always go back and watch it. Wait, I don't need it. Alopsky says, sadly I have to go, but I hope to catch the next one. Have a good night. Thanks, mate. I appreciate you tuning in. Solvik says, I've been looking for hab blocks for sci-fi. Just want good stackable for that low income feel. Well, we have our super simple club box range that I'm keen to do something a little bit more, upmarket. That they're all very simple boxes. I had started working on a range called Colony. What did I call it? What did we call it? I don't know where it's gone. Was it under Neo Century product development? Maybe I hid it in the tabula rasa. Facility 42. I had started working on this Facility 42 range. Hey, you want to have a quick look at that? Why not? Right, let's download this SKP. Yeah. See what's inside it. So I had started working on this range here, and got to a point where like I said in my video the other day, 90% complete, and then I was like, bugger it, can't be bothered. I'm not feeling it. But this one isn't stackable. These are solid pieces here, and this set just consists of this one shape of building. And you can put these doors, like this door is not actually part of the model. It comes separately and you can just glue it on, kind of like gubbins or widgets or whatever. You can just glue them onto the buildings wherever you want them to be. These airlocks did make it to range. There's the wide and the narrow airlocks. But I started messing around with this here. I might come back to it at some stage. I don't know why I didn't release it. Was just one of those Viv moments where I'm like, you fucking spent 40 hours working on this, and I'm like, I can't be bothered. But it's got a whole bunch of different sorts of signs and stuff, acrylic components, and different modular walkways, and all of this stuff is all separate and just you can go wherever you want it to be, and there are all the airlocks there. I messed around with the walkway for ages. The more time you spend designing a range and looking at things, the more you realize that, this part's not compatible with that part, and, how do I make this compatibility, seamless across the range? And eventually you get to a point where you're like, you run into some fairly fundamental problems with your original concept. And you just go, nah, it's not possible to fix it at this stage. It just, you need to learn from that and, redesign the whole range. But, there's enough here to make, sorry about all this zooming around and stuff. There's enough here to make an interesting range of models. Put a whole bunch of panel work and all that sort of stuff on here. And then you can glue all these components and stuff wherever you want them to be. And little bus stop. Yes. Billboard. I think we even made a whole bunch of graphics that we were going to put up as a free download that you could print out and glue in here. I have no idea where they are. Probably in the images and graphics folder somewhere. I might come back to this set at some stage. I can't remember what the problems are. I'll have to go into Trello and have a look at the notes and I think was there another version of this? Oh yeah. And then I started working on a version that was actually accessible. So all of this model comes apart and stuff, and you could get in there with the interior doors and acrylic windows and all that sort of stuff, because I don't know, again, nothing happened with this range. But you can see these models are a little bit more dynamic and they're a bit more angular, got some more interesting shapes and stuff, rather than just these square blocks. Not quite have buildings, certainly not stackable. But, you know, having a look at a lot of what happens in the Infinity games at the club and stuff, it's, you know, most of the feedback that I've had from people is, you know, they don't want to have to mess around with going into buildings. Most of the action needs to happen on and around and, you know, within the buildings and stuff. Because as soon as you start putting stuff inside buildings, especially stuff that stacks, you know, trying to remove levels and all that sort of stuff to get to miniatures, it just becomes a hassle. All right, let's go back to our chat. Solvix continues on. I just quit 40k again. Still like painting some of it, but I can't play it anymore. Well, you know, I really enjoyed painting those Marines. Let's come back to that for a second. I really enjoyed painting those Marines. They were great fun. I'm very unlikely to actually play 40k. I don't want to have to learn it. If somebody at the club says, I'm happy to run you through a game, then I'll probably go run through a game. But I don't want to have to learn it. It's, you know, too many games, you know, in one ear and out the other. You know, every time I learn a new rule for a new game, it pushes an old rule that I need to know out the other side. But these guys were great fun to work on. I really enjoyed painting these. There's so much detail on Games Workshop kits these days that, you know, I was kind of like, I don't really want to, but the more I got into it, the more I actually really enjoyed it. You know, picking out all these little rivets and stuff, and you know, they were great fun. All right, let's go back. Solvix carries on and says, COVID is scary stuff. I've been locked down for 3 years, so I mostly didn't notice the world change that much, just much less visits for games. It's crazy times, man. It's absolutely crazy times. Yellow is such a great color for Marines. I really like yellow. You know, it's such a wonderful color, especially on the tabletop, and you know, Space Marines are super vibrant and all that sort of stuff, and you know, they're just great fun. I prefer mustard Marines than the really bright yellow that you see a lot of Imperial Fist stuff in. I prefer this more mustard sort of yellow. I don't know. The bright stuff is just, you know, it doesn't catch me. I'm still got to figure out how I'm going to do their bases. I haven't decided that yet. We'll see. We'll see. Back to our model. So already this is looking a little bit better with those ruined sides. You know, just chopping this bit off here and, you know, chopping this bit off here has made a big difference. Don't like this little overhang here. So again, just come back in with our line tool and draw some lines. Normally when I do ruins, especially for Tabula Rasa, I'll just do straight edges like this. We used to do really detailed edges, but they take ages to cut. These are all just straight lines, so the laser moves a lot faster, and obviously the faster it's going, the cheaper these kits are. And then when you're detailing this model, you know, attack it with some files and sandpaper, you know, a knife, gouge some stuff out. If you've got a Dremel, or if you watched my video on how I made the city, the Ilarian city ruins, I attacked them with a Dremel, and you know, it really came up quite nicely. You're just a bit crazy. The table is a bit extreme. It looks great. I hope you can get something from that work. You know, well, you know, I probably will come back to it at some stage. You know, even if I just, you know, make a bunch of stuff for the club or whatever. You know, I really did enjoy this range. You know, it's got some interesting, you know, it's got some interesting shapes. But as you can see here, you know, this is all just block work. Nothing is tabbed. Nothing is connected together. This is all just basic block work. I think most of these signs and stuff will be tabbed, yeah. But the buildings themselves are all just blockwork, so nothing actually connects. It's all just, you can see everything is overlapping, and it hasn't been. It's not assemblable. You couldn't build these kits. So Cornelia says the graphics could be glued on the back of those magnetic sheets to be swapped out. Fantastic designs. Well, that's one thing, right? You could. Where's that billboard? There's one over there. You could put inside here. This is a 3mm lip here, so you've got space to put a piece of that, thin piece of whiteboard material or magnetic sheet in there or something. So yes, you could print out your graphics, stick them on a magnetic sheet, and swap them in and out. That's a great idea. I really like that. That's a great one. I might have to do that. So this goes on to say my inspiration is the city in China. Basically sheds stacked up 30 stories high. Oh yeah. What's that called? It's not there anymore, right? Didn't they demolish it? I do my yellow work over pink base. Gives a nice orange to work from. Yeah, I saw that Goobertown Hobbies had a video that I watched quite a while ago on how he does his yellow. You get a nice, really vibrant color like that. But, I start from, this... what did I start with? This light brown from Vallejo, I think. It was probably the first color I picked up and was like, fuck it, yeah, I'm going to roll with that. Yeah, I started with this light brown. It gives a very muted sort of tone. Obviously, this is where the mustard color is coming from because I'm spraying. All of this is all airbrush work. My yellow's going on over the top of that. Again, this is probably the first yellow that I pulled out of the rack. There's nothing terribly scientific about my painting. Sepia wash and then another spray with the gold yellow, and Rule says planning buildings that go together. Flow in a table setting is crucial for a cityscape. It is, and it's one of those things that you quite often see on the tabletop. Is this just mishmash collection of terrain that just doesn't quite make sense. That planning a proper cityscape can be really, really difficult. I'm just gonna assemble this building again. So we'll pull, using our push-pull tool, all these parts back out to 3mm. We can assemble it. Sometimes I find the wireframe tool. Oh yeah, good job, Viv. I find the wireframe tool can be really useful sometimes to get to sprue points that or to connection points that are a bit difficult sometimes because of the way that SketchUp wigs itself out. I chopped that bit of the floor out, didn't I? Now, the interesting thing about these floors is because all of these tabs are all the same, it doesn't matter which way these floors go in. So we could have several different variants of this building just by changing where the floors go. That's not going to work. Alright, there's our model back together. I think I put the floors in the different position than these ones over here. Anyway, doesn't matter. Give this one another wall. let's not take this part. Let's take this part. Because then these tabs will be in the same spot. Why is this snapping to things? Let's find out. All right, anything going on in the chat? Yeah, Kowloon Walled City. Yeah, that's the one. That's it's such a great look at that. Just crazy. Look at these skyscrapers over here, and then just look at this. No way! That'd be great. Proper underhive stuff, that. Like, you could make all of this as a big MDF facade. Is that an MDF model? It looks like it. So good. So good. Asuyani Harlequin. Those are cool progress pics with the paint for the step in the photo with them. I have to do that because otherwise, you know, I never remember how I paint my stuff. And, you know, I always end up doing something slightly different. And, you know, every now and then, you know, I'll be able to, you know, put up an article, and I always use German grey from Vallejo for anything that's going to be black. I water it down quite heavily, and then it naturally shades itself, and then I put a Nuln Oil wash over it, and it gives a beautiful black. There's Nuln Oil on the weapons. Gives you a really nice shaded and highlighted black. That's how I did the robes on this, whatever this guy's called. I don't know what it is. This guy, the chaplain. I think he's a chaplain. That's how I did the black on this, and then just cool grey highlights and stuff around the base. Getting a city looking good is tough. We do it in 2 foot by 2 foot districts, since we also want a variety. Yeah, definitely. I think it's, you know, if you can have something that is broken down into districts, then you know, you end up with something that is a little bit more, you know, real. Is this snapping like this? I'm not really enjoying this snapping situation. Model info. I don't know why it's doing this. Let's just take this section here. Oh yeah, okay, why is... Oh, look at this. Alright, so you can see now, if I select this face, it's going to select the whole face because it's still connected here. There we go, now I've just got that face. We can cut that out and stick it in here as a... Whoa, thanks SketchUp for being weird. Why won't you let me do that? Oops. Select that, let's get rid of that. Why is it selecting that? How is that part of this face? Oh, now we got 3 walls on this building. I don't know. These simple models are they're great fun to make. They're super simple, and let's get rid of this top floor. Let's smash this down a little bit. And right now, there's obviously going to be a whole bunch of work that I need to do in order to make sure that this model still assembles. You know, I'm not worrying about tabs or anything like that at this point in time. I'm just playing with shapes, and then I'll come back and make sure that it all goes together properly. Like none of this on this side actually fits or goes together properly, or it's all just hack and slash at this stage. This is exactly how the city ruins were made. Again, just designed for those ones we designed for primarily for bolt action. Why isn't that working? So we're drawing off axis. I'm not super keen to just, you know, create more of those models. I would like to have something that's a bit more diverse. You know, if we go and have a look, wait 4.5 years for our super slow website to load itself up. Budget terrain, city ruins. So, you know, you can see that this is exactly, you know, how we're designing those models, right? We got a little window sill in here, or a window ledge. Pretty sure this is a facade piece, a trim piece that connects onto here. Very, very simple models that allow you a great deal of flexibility in terms of what you do with them. All right. Ping says, have you ever made a building that you can separate into two parts so it becomes two ruined buildings? Let's make one. Sure. Let's real quickly, let's make a 200 by 200, whoops. 200 by 200 millimeter building. There's our base plate. Let's make that into a group. Let's copy this shape and drag it up. One wall, two walls. Actually, what are we doing? What are we doing? Take this and this. We already have what we need. Where'd that go? Let's grab that, move that, copy it, drag it over here. Let's highlight this, get rid of that. Let's go into this, make that 3 mil. Make that this 3 mil. So yeah, you know, if you wanted to have a building like that, then you just need to have your complete intact building to start with, and then just like I was doing, of course I turned off angle snapping. You'd need to have your complete building that you would then cut up into parts. So let's get a complete building. It's not going to be symmetrical. That's all right. It'd probably be just easy to build from scratch, actually, Viv. So now we got to mess around with all this crap. Whatever's. Alright, so kind of there. Let's fix up this floor. Let's draw a big rectangle. Let's go from here to there. Delete those out, delete that, highlight all that, cut it out, push it up. Let's just clean up that edge while we're here. Over here somewhere. Okay. So, we've got a small problem here. Want to move this wall over 3 mil. And is this a square? Does anyone remember what size we made this? This back out to here and then push it over 3 mil. Alright, we got a whole bunch of fixing up to do. There's our non-regular size model. But it should be a 3 mil lip all the way around all the base. Not quite, let's grab this, push this in. Okay. Quiet, let's grab this wall, push this in, grab this wall, push that in. Alright, so now we've got a square building sitting on a base that's got no floors and the walls don't connect properly. Oh shit, maybe I should go to sleep. Alright, there's our basic shape. That's what I want, but building it individually is so much work. It would be a lot of work. Take progress pics the exact same way, so it's cool to see you doing it. Well, otherwise I just lose track of what I'm doing. Zobix goes on to say, it's not a project stream without at least one technical issue. No, of course not. No, I never got to play bolt action. I just love games, but I seem to be the player here that tries new games, so no one ever teaches me games. You know, I'm always, you know, I don't play anything mainstream. I just, you know, I always seem to be playing the weird games. And so consequently, I don't play a lot of games. Let's fix up this building so it actually goes together. Let's have a look. I think we did 13 segments here, right? Does anyone remember who was here at the beginning? Did we do 13 segments? Push that in 3 mil. Alright, so now that has the same shape. The offset windows is wildly frustrating. But, okay, so now we already have our sawtooth pattern here, so we can just manipulate this into, you know, the position that we need it in. Again, you know, in some instances it might just be faster to redraw these shapes than have to come back and do all this manipulation on shapes that you're modifying. That doesn't look correct to me. That. Alright. So now we know that this wall is correct, so let's copy it over to this side. And half of this wall is correct, so let's do the other side. So we need to copy this bit, top line down the bottom, and let's divide this by 13. Gives me my 13 segments. Which ones do we need to push and pull around? What just happened? Divided by 13. Here we go, okay. This one. Okay, so let's push that in 3 mil. Double click on all these others just to duplicate the last push pull we did. Now I know that that wall's correct, this one's correct, this one's correct. We can get rid of this one and copy this one over. Let's grab that point and get to that point. Alright, so we've got 4 walls that all go together. Do they slot into the base? This looks a bit whack to me. Okay, so let's just delete all of this crap. Copy our base. Alright, it's got a new base. The problem with this is normally I'd always make sure that these walls were symmetrical, because this will only assemble now one way, which I guess isn't a bad thing, but you need to be careful while you're assembling it. Okay, so now we've got a base that works. We got 4 walls and a base. Let's put a floor in. Go to here to here. Go down 3 mil. Triple click, make a group. Alright. I need a reference point. So let's draw a reference point. Push that in 3 mil. Okay, now we get a reference point. Grab that and stick it there. Okay, fine. So we could just draw out all our existing tab work. I think we should only need to do this floor once, and then we can duplicate it onto all the other floors. That's that side. Love it how SketchUp hides some of the lines sometimes. Alright, let's get pushing that in, 3 mil, double click, duplicate, duplicate, oops, duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. Okay, so it plugs in into 2 walls so far. Right, where are we? What kind of doors do you use? Archway ones would be cool. You want some archway doors in this? We'll put some archway doors in it. Let's put some archway doors, that'd be cool. We'll go down, once we put our floors in, we'll go modify our floor. Push that in 3 mil. Push that in 3 mil, 3 mil. Now 3 mil. Do the same on the other side. So if you want a building that can become one single building or 2 halves, obviously you need to start with a fully intact building. And it's a good way to do it, because you then end up with, you know, an intact, I don't like the difference in color, let's just make it the same color. An intact version of the building and a ruined version of the building. Let's just copy it down. Okay, so there we go. Now we've got a building that all goes together, even though the windows aren't symmetrical and it's slightly annoying, and the tabs on the bottom are probably in different spots. Let's just check. So we can just check that by dragging this up. Okay, so those tabs align. Those tabs align. I don't know, that's alright. Everything looks good to me. Let's delete that out. Alright, so we need an entrance to this building, so let's pick this wall here. Eraser, just run it across all these lines, erase all of that, select my face, delete it, push that back in. Alright, so now we've got some space here for a doorway. Let's go into this shape. Let's find the center of it. Again, we find the center by looking for that little circle that appears. There it is. Okay, so that's the center of my building. Alright. Okay. Let's get back into our building. Let's draw a random size shape. Let's go to that sprue point there. We'll copy that. We'll drag it over. Copy that over to there. We'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. Let's go find our arc tool. So we want a 2-point arc. Click on this point, drag it up to however tall you want it. Let's go. How tall do you want it? Let's go there. Alright, cool. Cut that out, paste that in. Now we've got an arched doorway. Alright, it's not a very exciting doorway, is it? Let's put some windows in here. Let's draw a line across here. Find a halfway point. We'll go up. We'll draw one half of a window here. Again, these are going to be slightly different windows than everything else that we've got so far. Let's delete all this crap we don't need. Let's get rid of that. Let's get our arc tool back. And we're going to go up just part way. There we go. All right, we want that exact same window on the other side. So we want actually we don't need to draw that halfway point because we know what it is. Let's halfway of that window, let's find it. There it is, it snaps to it. We'll copy that over and put it halfway on this wall there. There it is. Let's get rid of that, get rid of that. Let's highlight that. Cut that out, paste it in. Oh, what's that still doing there? That shouldn't be there. Alright, we've just messed with our wall a little bit, so let's just make sure our sprue points are still okay. So we can see our sprue points are extending down. There we go. Get a cool, nice little round archway. Go back to our comments. Ping says, wow, this is cool. That one video says, very cool. You've probably been asked already, but what software are you using? So this is SketchUp. SketchUp 2016 Pro. Some Maori warrior figures in 28mm. Let's have a look. Arrows. Dystopian Wars. I have a bunch. Eureka Miniatures, US Rangers. It'd take forever to scroll through my photos and make an album for them. I've got Maoris from Eureka Miniatures. Ori. Oh, Nick, your website sucks so much. This stream has just turned into just a ramble now, hasn't it? Modern's Fantasy. Samurai Vietnam. And the Eureka website is just crazy. Crazy. I think we'd probably find it from a Google search easier. So Eureka have some cool Maoris. These I've got a few of these. They're really nice. I'll have them in my photo album somewhere, but you know, who knows where that would be. Saga, I think, is why I first found the Rubbish In Rubbish Out channel. Maybe I'll have to have a look at second edition. Not sure. This stream is just great, just chilling. You know, why not? Like I said before, you know, we were working on this model, and you know, we got to the point where we had exported it out into Illustrator. Well, what's going on? We exported it out into Illustrator. This is now ready to laser cut. Well, actually not quite. We've got to change a few things. We need to make this into a sprue point. Let's put some rounded corners on it. Oh, I haven't sprued the rest of this model. Let's just finish this off, right? So typically we've, you know, we're 90% of the way there. Why can't I put corners on this 3mm? We're 90% of the way there. And then we're like, nah, fuck, they're doing the rest of it. Let's get rid of this crap. We don't need this. We don't need this. Change the size of this artboard. So each of my sprues I put on a separate artboard. So that way when we print this to job control, we print each artboard separately. Let's just go up to output, view, outline, and highlight this. Move it across onto the artboard properly. Okay, that's our outline. Let's go back to the line drawings. Let's switch our grid on. And we might as well finish brewing this kit so we can cut it tomorrow. Show grid. Let's put a couple more sprue points in here. So again, my sprue points are 0.5 mil wide, and I make them orange. So I highlight that, press F2 in my. I've got an action set up for that, and that'll make that sprue point orange, which means when the laser is cutting this kit out, it will cut halfway through that orange sprue point, just to make it easier for you when you're popping it out of the sprue. So these sprue points, I don't know if you've noticed. Let's just go back. I don't know if you've noticed that these sprue points I'm putting inside the model. So there's a wall that will go on this side. If I put the sprue point on the outside here, you'd see that. This edge here is this edge here. Is that part of the tab. So I'm putting the sprue point inside here. So when you assemble the model, the sprue point is jammed between this wall, so you'll never see it. And I think I'll just put maybe 2 on this side, that side to this side here. And make that orange. Oh, you know what? It doesn't. Let's put another one in here, and put another one down in here. So for our first model, this is super basic. Let's just go select same stroke color so we can see how many. So there's all our sprue points so far, so we've still got a bunch of pieces to go. This is about the point where I normally crap out and go, can't be bothered. Once you get it done, it's nice just to, you know, to get it done. Let's put top up here. Nowhere we can hide the sprue points on the base, unfortunately. There's one up the top up there. We've got one down here. We could probably put another one around here somewhere. We don't need one in that corner. So where have we got them so far? Select same stroke color. Here. We'll put one out here and 2 here. So let's stick one somewhere in here. So like I mentioned earlier on in the stream, a lot of producers will just cut that line out, but we actually make it orange so the laser will come back and halfway cut that sprue point just to make assembly or popping the pieces out easier. We got music playing? Why can't I hear the music? Headphones are off. And you guys have just been chilling out to cool music, and I've been sitting here in fucking silence. That's better. Now we're properly chilling. All right, let's go back and select the same stroke color. What? Okay, there we go. Sprue points. All right, what's happening in the chat? Those models look pretty good. The Eureka Maoris, that is. They are great models. They're really good. And you know, there's a bunch of them. Here we go, Maoris. I've got to go down and pick up some more actually. Let's just open all these up. I mean, you can have a look through these by yourself, right? You know, why do I have to? Well, I don't have to. I'm just. This is the problem with Eureka being here in Melbourne. Whenever I need to go down and see Nick, I always end up with stuff that I never needed. Like last time I went down there to pick up some Moderns, I ended up walking away. I don't have a photo of them, and I'll never be able to find them on Nick's site. I ended up walking away with some sort of fantasy, sort of medieval flute band players with, you know, lutes and flutes and all this weird sort of stuff. So I'm a couple of figures short for fleshing out my war bands for Tribal, which is, you know, this game here, Tribal, from Mana Press here in Melbourne. This is a wonderful game. I really enjoy playing this. It's a very, very simple card-based game. No dice or anything. The cards are used for measuring range and all that sort of stuff. It's a really, really fun game. I did a 10-part series on that on my Rubbish In, Rubbish Out channel as well with my daughter Charlotte. And it's not where we're going. It was great. It was great fun. So you can go look that up on the Rubbish In, Rubbish Out channel. I think she beats me in the game that we play at the end. Get it done, ready for tomorrow. Yeah, let's finish this off, man. We've got 3 more pieces to do, right? Then we can cut this tomorrow when I'm at work, and I can quickly assemble it. Actually, I might be able to run another stream during... What am I doing tomorrow? I might be able to do a quick stream during the day and assemble this model. And then it'll be ready for another stream in the evening to carry on with more design work. Let's put 2 on the outside here. Because like I said, you know, the whole point of these streams is to give you a little bit of, you know, insight into how things work behind the scenes, how we design models. But, you know, also just to, you know, partly entertain myself and, you know, get feedback from you guys about some models for, you know, the club's 40k collection. So when we start getting into some more detailed kits, we'll need to start making some decisions about, you know, this sort of stuff, right? You know, do we have, you know, where's that model gone here? I'll come back to this, splitting this up in a minute. You know, we're all over the shop at the moment. You know, this is obviously a very simple arch. You know, I will normally draw more ornate windows in Illustrator and then bring those here into SketchUp. So we'll have a look at that sort of stuff. And, you know, do we need eagles on these buildings? How do we make this 40k? But we'll come back to that. Let's finish this model off that we built earlier in the stream so that, as Solvik says, it's ready for cutting tomorrow. Alright, I think that's that piece. Select same stroke color. That's enough. Let's get out of here. Let's have a look at select same stroke color. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. All right, I'll show you one thing real quick. If you make your own laser cut models and you want a proper single line font, Knights of Dice single line font generator. Here you go. I'll put this in the comments. Actually, I can just copy this. I can go up here, edit, and I can put in here single line font generator. Save. So this will make an SVG for us. So we're just going to call this stream 1, and we'll call this 1 of 2. Let's put a dash in there, a couple of spaces. We don't need those spaces. Why do we need spaces for? Let's copy that. All right, so we're now going to get these sprue codes. We'll save that SVG. We'll drag that into Illustrator up here. What the hell? I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. All right, we'll find out in a second what that's about. Let's dump this in here. There we go. I don't know what the deal with that was. Let's select all of that. Okay, we've put these in a real bad spot. Let's get another artboard. Dump those in here. Alright, so we want to group all of this stuff. Okay. Behave like that, fine. We want to group all of this stuff, group all of this stuff. We want to highlight all of those. We want to make them red. We want this to be a fine scoring line rather than that brown one that we were using before. We need this to be a hairline, 0.001. Okay, so now we've got some sprue codes. Let's make them a proper size. So we'll go up here, this should be 4 mil high. Make this 4 mil high. There's our 2 sprue codes. Pop that one up here. And this one down here. Just so they're in different spots, because, you know, that's always great. All right, so here we go. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost finished with this crappy run. And we can go back into SketchUp and have fun. 2 sprue points in there. Let's put 1 in here. So whenever we're adding sprue points, you know, it's nice to see the shape. Obviously, we need to be concerned about where the sprue points are going, so we can try and hide as many of them as possible underneath floors or between walls or in spaces where you're never going to see them. But we also don't want to add too many sprue points, because that just takes longer to cut in the laser and it makes the parts more complicated to pop out. Now, for big shapes like this out of 3mm MDF, it's not a big problem. But with more delicate sprue points, you know, some pieces might only have 1 sprue point on it, because, you know, it just you know, any more than that, and with delicate parts, especially out of 1.85mm MDF, you risk snapping stuff. Get out of there. Select same stroke color. All right, so we're getting there. We can get rid of this artboard. Tapping in chat. So Pink says, I bought a kit from another side which had sprue points on the outside. Extra sanding to do. Yeah. Don't like sanding MDF if I can avoid it, says Solvix. Yeah, definitely. Pink says, yep, it's bad for your lungs. Yeah, it's definitely not good for you. You know, if you're just assembling a few MDF kits, again, it's one of those things, you know, if you look at the MSDS, you know, the material safety data sheets and stuff for MDF, and, you know, all of those warnings and stuff are based on, you know, long-term, you know, exposure. If you're assembling, you know, an MDF kit, you know, once or twice a month, you know, for a prolonged period of time, then your exposure risk is higher than someone who's assembling 5 MDF model kits a year. But it's certainly not good to be breathing them if you can avoid it. So it's probably really difficult. Actually, I've just seen it is really difficult to see what I'm doing here. Let's make this a 2-point line. So that's the, yeah, wow, I didn't notice before. I just looked at OBS and you can't see anything I'm doing because of that fucking grid in the background. All right, so that's the orange sprue point. This makes it a lot easier for you guys to see. Obviously, we need to change this later on for this to become a cuttable line in the laser. Right, back up to the chat. Pink says card mechanic sounds fun too. The card mechanic in Tribal is great fun. It's a really fun, simple game, and you know, you can learn that game in 15 minutes. If you have someone who knows the game and shows you the game, you could learn it in 15 minutes, and then you will also be able to teach it to somebody else in 15 minutes. It's one of those games that are just, you know, super easy to play. Hey, Bill is here. Hey, I'm actually up for this one. Well, you know, it's 1:40 a.m. my time, mate, and I'm streaming just for you. Here we go. This is when I do most of my design work, in, you know, the middle of the night when my family's asleep in bed, and you know, it sounds really bad, but you know, part of my brain always says that sleeping is a waste of time. Now, yes, I understand it's not a waste of time, and I'm a human and I need sleep, but it's just boring. Alright, we just need to make sure that... What is going on? Let's turn our grid off. We're done here. Turn the grid off. Hide the grid. Alright. We need this shape, which is now a whole bunch of different shapes. Selected some crap up here. Selected some sprue points here and here. Alright, now we've just got our shape. Alright, we can group that. And highlight that, make this a hairline 0.001. Right, so in theory, this kit should cut perfectly fine now. Let's go in and select that sprue point. So if you're just joining us, you know, we've been crapping on for a few hours now. You know, we were working in SketchUp before and messing around with some models. And we made a variant of this model over here. It didn't have this wall. We made a variant of this building in SketchUp. Very simple ruin, you know, that you'd normally build when you were first starting out and you were building foam core ruins with square windows and stuff like that. We made that in SketchUp. And we exported it out into Adobe Illustrator. We flattened it, exported it out into Adobe Illustrator, where I've now laid it up for laser cutting. And we added some engraving to this one. It's got a name on the building. It says Building 1. And we added some simple score lines for the floor and stuff. And we've just done all our sprue points. So we'll just select same stroke color just to double check. Everything is sprued. And if we go to have a look at our outline, everything is sitting inside a sprue. So we're good. We've got stream 1, 1 of 2, and stream 1, 2 of 2. All right, this model, save this. Let's go put this. Let's go back into the NAS. Where's the NAS gone? It'll remind me later, so we'll go to product development. So this is my NAS you're looking at the Knights of Dice Studio that has all of our product development stuff in it. You're getting a proper behind the scenes look at everything here. I want to create a new folder called Stream Developments. Stream Developments, and into that we want to drag that AI file. Might as well drag everything else for it too, right? Why did that not go in there? I think because I need to close this. Close that. There's our stream. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. All right, we're done in Illustrator. Come back to our NAS and drag into here. Alright, there's our simple Ruin 1 Stream 1 AI file, which tomorrow at the studio I'll pop on a live stream during the day and we'll assemble that model. Alright, let's come back into SketchUp and keep messing around with this other model here, which we were making a new model. I think he's ducked off. I haven't seen him make a comment. But we were making a fully intact building and we're going to split it in half. Solvic says, I'm more into the less gothic for 40k. Not every planet needs to be Terra. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I wonder if crappy Ruin would make for a good product line. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Bill says, yeah, me too. My brain does the same thing. I'm assuming you're talking about, you know, being creative at night. Always, yeah, always more creative at night. That's why kids are a pain. Well, you know, when they're sleeping, you know, they're asleep. You know, that's easy. Solvic says, does this mean a building streams is in the future? Yeah, definitely. You know, these windows are really bugging me that they're offset like this. Really bugging me. We need to fix them. Let's fix them. We're here, right? Fucking, I'm not going anywhere. If you want to sit around and listen to me yabber on, you can join me. All right, so we want a guideline to here, and we want a guideline in the middle here. So let's draw a line down the middle, connect it up to here. Get rid of that. We can select this, select this, select this, select this. We can make that a group. Then I can find the middle of that group. Why can I not find the middle of that group? Okay, let's explode that, draw a line across. Now we should be able to find... What? Somehow I always find the most complicated ways to do anything. Alright, that's now in the middle, and we can drag that down to our guideline and delete all this other crap out of here. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Fuck that shit off. And alright, now our windows are in the middle. Now we just need to duplicate that down. What's happening in the chat? Miscaster's joined us. Classic. Yeah, here you go, mate. You're jumping into the middle of a ramble. We're just chilling now. All the important work has been done earlier on. You missed, us designing this very simple ruin, this super simple ruin, and exporting it out into Adobe Illustrator. We've just, you're getting full behind the scenes access here. We've just jumped onto my NAS at the studio where all our products are stored, and that's sitting there. I'm going to cut that tomorrow, and we'll run another live stream. You missed some more behind the scenes stuff of other product ranges and stuff that I was showing, stuff, that got 90% complete, and then I was like, nah, fuck it, I can't be bothered finishing it. There's loads of cool stuff in here. I really need to come back to it. This was for a range that I was going to call Facility 42 that, never got finished. And so we did all the important work, and now I'm just rambling. I was going to shut the stream down, and then I thought, whoever's, wants to chill out with me can chill out with me, because I'm going to be here doing this anyway. If you're mad enough to stay here with me and watch this crap, then you're very welcome to. Bill says, Trent, do you go around to live streams? Drop in one word, then vanish. I watch them while I'm building typically. My hands are always covered in glue, so I don't participate much. Well, I'm glad that you can both join me. I'm glad that whoever is here has joined me. Especially Solvix, you've been great in the chat. Thanks, mate. Alright, we want a guideline to there. We want a guideline down to the top of this window. We can delete all of these windows. Let's cut everything out of here. We just delete our guides. Yeah, we did. Great job, Viv. Clever. Clever. Real clever. Right, we need to get these windows back down there, so we'll draw a line through them. That'll fill my windows in. Then I can select that window, select that, select that, select that. And we can move this. Why? Oh yeah, that's right. We need to go through two. And that'll allow me to select the center. And we can copy these all down here. Why are there two center lines here? With that, there's one window, another window. Ooh, that's not a window. On the center of what? Something has happened? Alright, there we go. I think we need to redraw this window here. We can cut that out of there. Alright, it looks messy, but it's going to clean up. Alright, now we've got windows that are in the right place, symmetrically aligned in our building. Clean up some of this crap that we don't hit here. This isn't necessary to have to, for this model to be laser cutterable. It's just, yeah, unsightly clutter. All right, so what's happening? Barely using my nose. I like in your stream the other day, you know, day before yesterday, whenever it was, Bill, when you were working in your trash piles and you thought your hands were dirty. That was cute. I really like that. You know, how many times did you wash your hands while you were building that stuff? Thought your hands were dirty. It was, yeah. I had a chuckle. Those hands went dirty, mate. All right, there we go. Now we can get rid of this other wall. And we can copy this over. Now, can I be bothered doing that on this wall here, or should we just mess around with tabs? This might also have an influence on our positions of our tabs. The tabs aren't symmetrical either. So this is what I was saying before about, you know, it would have just been easier to redraw this model from scratch than try and modify that stuff that we had before, because nothing on this model is symmetrical, which creates problems for us in terms of assembly. All right, let's just fix this up. We only need to do one more. So for the 7 people who are here with me, are you guys actually doing anything, or are you just watching me ramble? Are you working on some hobby stuff? What are you guys actually doing? Move that line, isn't it? Yeah, of course it is. Let's get a guide over here. All right. Sovik says, I'm happy to be here. It's good stuff. Well, thanks for chilling out. You've been here from the very beginning. For, you know, how long have we been going for now? Count 3 hours, Jesus. This guy says, I'll be heading up to Melbourne when I'm allowed to. We should catch up, Viv, and have a beer. Definitely, mate. If you need somewhere to stay, us with plenty of room. You're very welcome to stay here. There's 5. They were covered in spackle and beads. 5 times washing his hands. That was a great stream. There's obviously, you know, a massive time difference between, you know, Australia and everywhere else. That, you know, a lot of the streams that I'd love to watch, I just aren't able to because, you know, they happen at just the times that don't work. Which is a bummer. Which is a bummer. Alright, so our building is getting there. We're almost at the stage where we can chop it into bits and make 2 ruins and an intact building out of the same kit. Alright, so we got 2 doors. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Fine. That'll be fun. This guy says trying to fix a 3D printer. Yeah, I had a bit of trouble the other day about studio, and they're just a pain in the ass to, you know, just never work properly. Always re-leveling, always fiddling. You know, just there. Bill says he's editing. Finishing up an episode. Well, I'm looking forward to watching it. Alright, so now we've got our intact building. Let's leave that there. So just in case we stuff something up, let's take a copy of it. Let's save what we're doing. How many different models have we got going on now? Quite a few. So now we want to chop this into bits, right? So we'll select one facade. And we want to chop this model let's just chop it straight through here. Leave that door intact. We'll go through this window and down to here. All right, so now we've got two separate parts for this wall. So we'll copy this wall and paste it. Why did you do that? Paste it in place. We'll drag it out by 3 mil. And we'll make that a group. And we've got one half of the wall. And we'll go in and select the other half. We'll copy it. So this time we're copying instead of cutting. Pasting it in place. We'll drag it out by 3 millimeters. Make this a group. All right, so now we've got the two halves of our wall, which will line up, but also separate. So now we just need to do that on the other pieces. So we need to go up across the roof and then down the other side. So let's do the other side. Trying to fix a 3D printer. You know, you can do lovely things with 3D printers, and you know, like I spoke about in my stream the other day, you know, eventually, you know, I do need to learn how to, you know, use them properly and service them and make, you know, digital models, because I will eventually be printed out of the market, and unless I, you know, adapt, I'm going to be in trouble. So I do need to figure it out at some stage. All right, so let's copy that, get out of it, paste it, just pull this out into 3 mil, make that into a group, and we can just drag that over here for the moment. What have we got going on here? That's fine, copy that, paste that in there, pull that out, 3 mil here, and group that. And we drag that over here, and we can connect this up. Whoa. Have we lost my mic? No, still running. Cool. Alright. Says editing stuff. Karen Winter says painting some Lord of the Ring models. I need to get back to painting my Lord of the... I was working on some Haradrim, and after sitting down for a 24-hour session with my friend Ed and painting fucking heaps of them, I you know, just didn't lose my enthusiasm for them, but you know, I just sort of got sidetracked. Okay, so this model, okay, why did we do that, Biv? I don't like that at all. Let's get rid of that, let's get rid of that, because we cut it in the same direction as the other side. Let's go this way. Alright, that's better. So I need to sit down and finish painting those guys. It'd be nice to get them finished, then all my Haradrim will be done. Make that a group. We'll copy that over here. Then all my Haradrim will be done. I've got another Mumuk to finish. That'll be nice. Then I'll have 2 of those. But, you know, they're just one of those armies where you've just got heaps of them. Then I've got all my Minas Tirith. You know, I went on a stupid bender a few months ago and bought loads of Lord of the Rings stuff. I did a lot of trades with people, you know, for credit for the website, and I just ended up with a stupid amount of Minas Tirith stuff. Need to do our roof in a minute, and our base, and all our floors. Alright, so now we have a model that can separate. Can either go together as a single model or it can separate, but we need to make sure our walls all work properly and everything in our floors and all that sort of stuff. So I'm just watching you ramble mostly. Discuss it. Appreciate it, mate. I'll keep you posted once borders open. I'm so afraid to travel anywhere right now. You know, I just don't know if I'm going to get stuck somewhere and just not be able to get out. Right, we need a roof that cuts apart in two pieces. Alright, so we need to go into this shape. We need to draw a line across here and a line down onto our roof. Okay, cool. Come onto our other piece. Go across and then down onto our roof. Okay, so now we know our roof needs to split here and over to this point here. Oops, that didn't connect to the edge. There we go. Why does that not work? Oh yes, I know why that doesn't work. Oh, look at that sneaky little line there. That's why it doesn't work. There we go. There's one half of a roof. Copy that, paste it in place, pull it out to 3mm and group it, and we can move this now over here, connect it to our model. Grab the other side of our roof, copy that, paste it, extrude it out to 3mm, group it. Now we've got another part of the roof. Alright, so there we go. Let's cut that out of there and stick it in that group. Let's cut that out of there and stick it in that group. Now we've got a roof that comes apart. Oh, magic. Got a little thing that we need to clean up here. This connection. Bill says, still got to do an Elegoo episode. Can't bring myself to do it. Sobik says, that's so true. Suddenly 3D printing is like 200 times more awesome when it's a friend's problem. What's that? Sorry, suddenly 3D printer like 200 times more awesome when it's a friend's printer. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Definitely. You know, we've got a couple of FDM printers and a couple of resin printers. And you know, the Form Labs, the Form 2 from Form Labs just prints perfectly every time. But like I mentioned in that stream, the what are they called? The Anycubic Photon, just a massive annoyance. Alright, so to get into these floors to split them, we need to move our base down. I want to move it 200 down so we can look up underneath here. Actually, we can just move it completely out of the way because we've got tabs we can align it to later on. Let's get it out of here. Kieran Winters says, hoarding random Lord of the Rings minis is part of the hobby for sure. And it is exactly that. It is hoarding. I don't need these models. I've got multiple Lord of the Rings armies and I don't use the ones I've got anywhere near enough. That I am literally hoarding stuff. Alright, so we're inside the ground floor here now. We go up to there. That's where our wall splits. And it splits again over. So it's a bit trickier. Actually, it might be easier to take this floor into this model because I can see the lines on the inside. Cool. Right. So we can go in here. This model splits here and goes across to where the door. Right, let's split it here. Here. Whatever. We can fix up all of this later on and make it more prettier. There we go. That's one half of the floor. Copy that. Get out of here. Paste it in place. We'll just extrude it down for the moment so we can tell the difference. Group that. there's the other part of the floor. Copy that, paste it in place. We'll extrude it down 3 mil and paste it in place. Make it a group. All right, cool. Then we can get rid of this floor. We don't need that anymore. And we can move this back up into place. We're gonna have to fix up some of these tabs and stuff, and we'll cut that out of there and paste it into that group. And we'll cut this out of here and paste it into this group. All right, cool. So now we've got one floor and a roof. We still need to do the middle floor and the base, and then we've got a building. I think for the chap who's probably gone now, he was here earlier. What was his name? Asuyani Harlequin wanted a building that splits in half. Well, here it is. Bill says Lord of the Rings minis are the only minis I actually want. They're great minis. You know, I love Lord of the Rings. It's one of those shows that I'm constantly forever watching, and you know, I think that's the reason. Is simply because I enjoy the lore. All right, so now we need to put another floor in here. Let's get this. Cut that out of there for the moment. Cut that out of there for the moment. Paste it in place so we can just move this out of our way because it's kind of in our way. We'll just stick it there for the moment. We'll grab this floor, get a copy of it, stick it in here, and we'll stick it in there, and then we'll go back up inside our building. Alright, let's go into our shape, and this one splits from here to where? Let's go around the other side. Are you going to play with me, SketchUp? Let me in through a window, please. Where does it split? Over there. Okay, so let's... Something is wrong. There it is. This line is in the wrong spot. So is that one. So is that one. So is that one. On the wrong axis. There we go. Copy that. Paste it. Pull it down 3. Make it a group. Yeah, I've probably watched the extended version of the Lord of the Rings trilogy maybe 20 times this year. Maybe more. It's just constantly playing. Alright, let's zoom out of here. Alright, so now we've got this and this. We'll split out here. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, Trent, I saw your comment before on my video where I was having a mild mental breakdown about, you know, YouTube, and it was the same thing that popped up with my old Rubbish In, Rubbish Out channel. After I started Knights of Dice, I just didn't have the time to produce as many videos as I was before, and I felt this incredible pressure to have to make videos. You know, it kind of felt like, you know, I was kind of letting people down that I didn't have more videos out. And so I felt this tremendous pressure to have to make videos. And it just got to the point where it wasn't a fun experience. I wasn't enjoying it anymore. You know, let alone having the time, you know, to produce videos that, you know, I just kind of, you know, just, you know, it never went away, that feeling. And that was the reason why I shut down that Rubbish In, Rubbish Out channel. You know, I had 18,000 subscribers on that channel, and, you know, whilst most of them were very old subscribers and, you know, it was essentially a dormant channel, I still felt that pressure. You know, people were subscribing all the time. People would comment on videos that were a decade old, and so I shut it down and thought, look, I'll just focus on building my channel at Knights of Dice. And instead of making my videos about Knights of Dice, I just went straight into the same sort of hobby videos. And that after, you know, a couple of weeks, I didn't really do too many videos. I just, you know, started to realize, what the hell am I doing? You know, I'm trying to make videos that help promote my business, and I'm making videos about flock and bloody plastic rivers, and it was just not fun. And I suddenly remembered the other day why I wanted to... This shit is all over the place. Where does this model part? Oh, up here. Oh, I can split this wherever I want. Look at this rubbish. I suddenly remembered why I wanted to make videos, and that was to, you know, share the hobby with people, and that's part of the reason why I'm just, you know, relaxing everything down now and running this stupid 3.5 hour stream of rabble. Copy that. We want to copy this, Viv, because you know, it just keeps it fun. It keeps it simple, and you know, there's no pressure. Like people were saying before, you know, this is a super chill stream now, and you know, it's exactly the way that I wanted it to be. I wish I did have the time and the patience to edit my videos like you do, and God, Bill, I can't imagine your editing process, mate. It must be intense. Right. Interesting hobby events happening in Melbourne anytime soon. There's been a few events and stuff happening for different sorts of gaming systems. There was a couple of Lord of the Rings events recently. But in terms of, you know, shows and conventions, I haven't heard of anything that's happening. Okay, we get a problem here with this tab here. Things to fix up. I haven't heard of anything that's happening. But I haven't really had my ear to the ground. I've just sort of kind of given up at the moment on conventions and events, and all right. So like I said, it looks really good. And Scott says, seriously, very cool. Thanks, mate. Well, I've just realized there's a problem with, you know, doing this building like this. Obviously, these ad hoc cuts in here can all be cleaned up and tidied up. And as I do that, they all still need to match. But the problem is, when this building is sitting in two parts, let's just say you've pulled the building apart and you've positioned it like this on your table. So you get, you know, two nice ruins, you know. Let's dump a 4x4 on here. 4 foot. 4 foot, enter. Let's make it 16 mil. Alright, so now we get a 4 foot by 4 foot board. Let's dump it there. Let's grab this corner. Dump it on there. Okay. Alright, so we got a little ruin happening here. The problem is, with this type of building, now I want to detail this edge, so when it's sitting there as a ruin, I'll hack this up with a Dremel or you know, files and sandpaper and all that sort of stuff, just to, you know, make that edge properly ruined and look good. But now it's not going to align properly. When the model goes back together, you'll see there'll be a jagged groove through here. It's not going to look good. Even this with that bloody crack through, it's not going to look good. But I guess there's got to be some compromise somewhere. But there's things we need to fix here. Obviously, there's tabs and slots and stuff that still need to be fixed. We separate this model back out again. Let's get rid of this bloody floor. If we separate this model back out, there's tabs that are still exposed. There's cleanup and stuff that needs to happen here. But for the chap who is not here anymore, there is a two-part building, and that is the process of doing it. Assemble your intact building, and then cut down one piece. But if you were here in the stream earlier on, instead of cutting this piece out of here and deleting everything else, we want to copy that piece and drag it over so we've got a new model to work on. Bill says, I love Lord of the Rings, and it always has to be the extended ones. I'm just so used to watching the extended ones that the other day, I think it came back onto Netflix. It hadn't been on Netflix for ages, or Stan, or one of them, I can't remember. And they weren't the extended edition. And I was like, what the hell's going on here? There were parts in that I hadn't seen before, because I don't think they're in the extended edition. They've been replaced with, other parts of Peter Jackson's edit that, I was just like, this is super, super weird. All right, let's fix up some of these sprue points, some of these tabs. Such a great movie. I've watched it so many times. Alright, slowly we'll go through, clean up this model. Scott says, when I worked for GW, Lord of the Rings was the only game I actually enjoyed playing and selling. It's such a fun game. I remember when I stocked it in my retail store, when did I close Battle Bunker? Battle Bunker, funnily enough, I thought was a great name for a shop. And, I looked up the URL and trademarks and all that, so I couldn't find anything. And so we registered the name and all that sort of business, set up a shop, called it Battle Bunker. And then it wasn't until about a month into that shop that I started getting phone calls from people asking about, tournaments and events that were happening. And I was like, no, we don't have any. We've got Malifaux event running this weekend. And they're like, no, we're looking for like a is this, Battle Bunker? And I was like, okay, are you associated with Games Workshop? And then it pinged. And I was like, Games Workshop have called their big stores Battle Bunkers, for ages. And, it suddenly realized to me, that's why it sounded like a cool name for a shop, because I'd been hearing it since the early 90s. Anyway, when we used to stock Lord of the Rings at the Battle Bunker, it was, it's just such a really elegant rule set. It works really, really well. Such a fun game. SketchUp, you suck. Alright, I want to move this line back to the edge of this building here. Which means we'll need to fix up the other side of the roof. It just works really, really well. I played an event a couple of months ago before we had our, the next lockdown here. And it was great fun. I'm not a competitive player, but it was great fun. It was a really, narrative event. Kylie Nova ran that, and it was great fun. Super fluffy and really themey, and lots of weird things to do. And she had all these, cool, bits of terrain that you could interact and play with, and there was a bed that you could, if you got close enough to a bed, you could sleep in it, and it would restore all your will, might, and fate and stuff. And but it would paralyze you for 2 turns or something. It was great fun. Alright, now our roof makes a little bit more sense. Let's clean up this, just so we don't get that weird connection point here. Drag that to, actually, what we should do is we should drag that to there. Fix that on this wall now. SketchUp loves to wig out sometimes. Just does weird stuff. Join our wireframe. Alright, that looks alright to me. It says, I don't think I watch them as much as you though. No, well, it's a problem. Stargate, SG1, Lord of the Rings. Those are the 2 main ones I'm constantly watching. Constantly watching. How has that happened? Oh yeah, I know why. I've got this little overhang. It doesn't matter. It's fractions of a millimeter. By the time you cut things around, it'll be fine. It says, I think I like the videos where you are working on your own stuff more also. It feels right for you to me. Well, it's something that, you know, I really should just be using the YouTube platform to, you know, obviously share my hobby and enjoy what I do, but also to, you know, help promote, you know, what we do at Knights of Dice. You know, at the end of the day, you know, it's my job. I do that full time. And, you know, it's important that we sell models. And so what better way to sell models than, you know, engage with people online about them, rather than, you know, replicating stuff I did a decade ago. What has happened here? Why is that floor? Why is that floor and that floor not part of this group? And, you know, it's lots of fun to, you know, work on our own models because, you know, believe it or not, I haven't painted all of our models. Over 420 MDF model kits in our range, and I've probably painted a third of them. Excuse me. You know, we've got kits that we haven't even painted, either Scott or I. Need to make sure this is going to slot together nicely, so that means we can't have anything that backs on itself. Like this one here, like if this floor came around this way, we wouldn't be able to slot them together properly. Oh, SketchUp. I just love how it wigs out sometimes. It's got the weirdest camera thing. I don't think we have any like that. Doubled back. So then these 2 halves should just push together. GW Rules is still here, gone for an hour, and there's a whole town. Well, you know, I'm just stuffing it. When do I sleep? You know, it's 2:23. About 3 o'clock. 3:30 is my limit. I've got one of my old network engineers coming to the studio to, you know, go through the last bit of decommissioning of some server infrastructure from my old software business, so I need to be at the studio a little bit earlier than normal. So I do need to head off at some stage, but yeah, around anywhere between 3 and 4 a.m. and then, you know, I get up around 7:45, 8 o'clock, take my daughter to school, then go into the studio. Make sure that none of our windows are backing on each other, otherwise, again, you know, we won't be able to connect it properly. It's good to me. Alright, there is a tab on this side we need to fix, this thing here. So we don't need this one. We can join these up. Delete this. Push that wall in 3. Fix up this wall. Whoops, whatever I did just then. It depends on what mood I'm in as well. You know, sometimes, you know, I'll design like the club box range. I don't think just go back into our product development folder into Tabula Rasa club boxes. I don't think I've got a complete SketchUp file with all the club boxes in it. But this range I designed in 24 hours. You know, it was probably one of those periods where I didn't sleep. I'm quite frequently awake for more than 24 hours, which is, you know, it's part of the reason why I enjoy doing 24-hour challenges, is because, you know, it's not uncommon for me to at least once a week be awake for, you know, 36, 40 hours while I'm hobby binging. My wife is like, I don't understand how you're alive. You know, quite often I'll go to the studio at night and then, you know, I'll come back in the morning at, you know, 7:30 to get my daughter ready for school and all that sort of stuff. And then go back to the studio and then, you know, come back, you know, normally finish at 6 p.m. and then come back and, you know, spend a bit of time watching TV or whatever and then go to bed at, you know, 11 o'clock and, you know, I would have been awake for, you know, 40 hours. Bill says, I always loved making videos before the hobby, but I like it even more now. Making videos about something I'm passionate about. Video making and making stuff are my two loves, so it's perfect. Did you make videos before, Bill, about stuff that wasn't hobby related? Is that what you do? Are you like a video producer, or because your videos are great? You know, obviously I've discovered a bunch of other makers through your channel, and a few others, but you know, yours was the first channel that I found that had a really weird, quirky sort of presentation. It's great fun. It's really entertaining to watch, enjoyable to watch, and I'm not sure how humor. I've seen it mentioned a couple of times in the comments and stuff. Very dry sense. You know, noticed issues with the American. There is, you know, a different, you know, Australian and British humour and American humour. Any difference, or have you had any feedback, you know, in relation to that? Because, you know, I think that perhaps, you know, your sense of humour might be lost on some Americans. I don't know if that's me being, you know, mildly bigoted, but you know, I've seen that pop up in different places about you know, humour. Okay, there's a weird, the differences in humour. And Americans can be a little bit more literal. There's a problem down here we need to fix. So we do need this wall. to slot into the base. We don't need it to, but it would be nice to, so we're going to have a weird connection here. A asymmetric connection. Let's cut that out and paste it in. So that's our floor back intact. Pull this out of here. No, we don't. Lovely. We can just grab this whole bottom of the floor, pull it down. Cool. Find it center. We'll move this out 10 mil. Yeah. Move this over 10 mil. And then push these other bits up 3. Now we've got a plug for that wall in the base. Fix up this slot over here, so let's just draw a line from here to here. So cut this line here to here, and we can push this. No, that's not going to work. What have we done here? We can select that line and that line, cut it, paste it in here. Okay. It was a while ago, 15 minutes, he's probably gone. So I played back when Lord of the Rings first came out. Don't even know any of the changes. Honestly, there's not a lot. There's not a lot. You know, the game is very much the same as it was. What the hell's happened here? As it was when it first came out. The only real major differences are some balance issues and how forces and stuff are created, your war bands. All right, that fixes up those 2 floors. Not massively excited about this overhang here. All right, so where are we? Greg Meyer says, I made it. Yeah, well, welcome. You're at the end. Well, 3 hours and 40 minutes of what has become a super relaxed ramble while I, carry on with, stuffing around with this model that splits in half. And for those people who were joining us who missed the first half of the stream, we spent some time making a very simple, foam core duplicate ruin, and then laid that up in Adobe Illustrator and made a file for laser cutting tomorrow, which I'll stream during the day, the assembly of that model. And that's really all we did. That was the whole point of this stream, was just, making something very, very simple as an introduction to, what will be a continued series on producing MDF model kits. And at this stage, making some stuff for the club. And this 2-part ruined building came about because someone had said, have you ever made a building that splits apart, can be either intact or comes apart? And I was like, great, let's make one. And that won't take long. That was a couple hours ago, maybe an hour and a half ago, and I've been messing around with that and talking with people in chat. The GW Rules says, disappointing that I started calling KOD distributors in USA and they have no inventory. Oh man, the Indiana store said they never did. Maybe I should just take that as investment opportunity locally. We've got 42 retail accounts on our books. A good majority of them open a trade account and never order anything. Why open a trade account? Noble Knight in the US is our major stockist, fairly frequently. They have a massive order. We've shipped out by sea this time because of the postage rates with DHL are just astronomical. Normally an order that we send out to Noble Knights will normally cost anywhere between $800 and $1,000. But right now, because of COVID, the previous quote to ship, their order out to 180 kilograms of MDF was $3,800. So that's gone by sea. That will be there in a couple of weeks, and hopefully they'll be restocked. and you know, we can just ship out their orders by sea freight. There's a service to New York once a week from Melbourne, and it's 18-day travel time or something like that. I can't remember, 17 days or something. So hopefully they'll have stock back in soon. I am mildly concerned with this kit about the lack of floor space here, and that this building might topple over this way. But there's not much I can do about that, because if I remove more from this side's going to topple over. The only way I can fix that is by cutting the floor on more of a diagonal, so taking some more off of this side and extending this out. GW rules. Solvik says it's too much awake time for me. It is. I really need to go to bed at some stage. GW rule says 48 hours of making Lord of the Rings terrain was a good video. Made me laugh as I learned. That was a massive project. That was filmed over 3.5 days. I did the first 20 hours or so in one stretch. Again, I started that on a whim. Lachlan phoned me whilst we did stage those phone calls. He did phone me that day, and I was like, fucking, I'm up for this, let's do it. I'd had 3 hours sleep that day. Again, it was one of those days when I'd gone home at 5 a.m. I'd gotten daughter to school, went to the studio. Lachlan rang me in the morning, and then I started filming that in the afternoon. So I did the first 20 hours before I was like, I've really got to go to bed. I think I was, I was wrecked. Had a couple of hours sleep, came back, I did another 8 hours or so, but altogether, that 37 and a half hours or 48, whatever it was over a 3.5 day period, with the major chunk having happened, on that day when I just impromptu said, I'm gonna rang my wife and said, I'm not coming home, I'm doing this thing with Lachlan. And but it was great fun. I wish I had spent a little bit more time on those models, because they could have been so much better than they were. But I was just knackered by the time I got to the point where I said, I'm sending this to you, Lachlan. Do whatever you want with it. Solvik says, is the mic going off a bit, or is that just my sound? I don't know. Has anyone else noticed sound issues? I'm getting a good clear indication over here in OBS. Let me just have a look at my battery pack. Maybe the batteries, this thing chews batteries, something's fierce. Nope, full battery. Maybe it's just you, mate. Barrel, how are you, mate? I hope you're keeping well. It's funny whenever I see these names from years and years and years ago still popping up on my channel. I uploaded my first videos to YouTube in 2008, I think it was, about magnetizing my Warhammer in my undead army for Warhammer Fantasy. And people have followed me for years and years and years. It's crazy. Scott Crom says, the humour is very different. I worked with a lot of Oz and New Zealand expats. You're spot on. I learned to love it, like I learned to love Weet-Bix. Yeah, It's interesting. I do watch every now and then, you see these things come up on your Facebook or YouTube, American reacts to Australian food, or Australians react to, American food. And you're like, I'm just interested to see, click, what's going on. All these subtle differences between, so many of our countries that are so similar in so many ways that, it's interesting to see the differences, these very subtle differences, and how it influences or affects how we interact with each other. And the humor is one of them. I came across a video quite some time ago. It was a British guy, hobby video. I can't remember who it was, but he was getting attacked by people in the comments, and people were like, calm down, man, you don't understand the humor. There's a difference here between the humor for British and UK humour, Australian and UK humour, or British humour, are very, very similar. But this guy was, on a different page than most of us. And Weet-Bix are fucking amazing with hot milk. It's amazing. It reminds me of my nana. Whenever we used to go to her house, she used to heat up milk on a stove in a saucepan. and I just put it in the microwave now, but on a saucepan, and the smell reminds me of you know, that, and the lolly jar with jelly beans she used to keep on top of the fridge, and we'd get 2 jelly beans, and we could pick them. Good times. The Solvik said it's hard to tell if it will fall or not until you have one. Yeah, well that's it. Part of the process is you design something, cut it, and see what happens. I'm fairly confident that this will be okay. This weight on the top floor over here is kind of being offset by this part at the bottom here. I am mildly concerned about the top part of this model and its overhang on the bottom here, but it's just one of those things that it's going to be. We need to assemble it and see how we go. But the like I said before earlier, the only thing that I'm really concerned about is if like once this cuts, it'll be fine. And you can put this back together and it will be fine, and there'll be obviously a line through here, but it will go together fine. But the only problem is, for me, I will have to, what was that? Alright, maybe I have been awake for too long. I just saw something run up the wall that doesn't apparently seem to be there, or a spider just ran behind my monitor. Okay. When I live in Australia, that's mildly frightening. I'll have to detail and ruin and weather these edges, which means that the model, when it goes back together, is going to have this weird ruin through it. Anyway, there we go. We've fixed everything that we need to worry about on this. I can't see any other problems now. It's just a matter of flattening it out like we did earlier in the stream with our other simple ruin, and laying it up in an Illustrator. There are little things about this model, like this little overhang and stuff, which are a bit annoying and frustrating. We can fix some of these. Why not? Why not? What else are we doing? I'm not sleeping. Anyone else sleeping? Shit. Let's drag that out there. And drag that out there. Okay. Ping says, historicals, fantasy, or sci-fi? What was that in relation to? Might have missed that. That's true. You could. Solvik says that would be cool, like a huge crack through the ruin itself when together. And so that's obviously in relation to when I was talking about having this ruin, the building together in 2 halves. You'll get this crack through it, and you could put some plaster effects on here and stuff. And buildings do have cracks in them, so you could. Obviously that crack will be visible, but you could put another crack that's running from here up to here, run another crack from here up to this window to disguise the parting seam. Actually, that's not a bad idea. It's certainly worthy of having a go. Whoops, we want that back where it was, so we can fix up that change that we just made on the base. Right now we're going to base that clips, so we can draw a line that matches this one. What just happened then? Okay, we're in the shape. Okay, so that's our base. That'll now match that shape. Go up 3 mil. Cool. So that's all matching. That's all matching. We've got nothing that jigsaws on this model, so by that, I mean that if I had a shape here that, let's say this part came out this way, let's put that there, and then this part here, and then we we can grab this part and move this out here. Right. So that's a jigsaw part where it wraps back on itself. So when this model slides together, it wouldn't be able to, because it would hit the floor on the other side. Clip, clip. You can see it clipping there. It would have to go up and over and onto the other piece. So we don't have any jigsaw parts like that, which is good. There's a couple of straight connections here, but they'll be fine. All right. This model is good. We can flatten this and lay it up in, what was that? Lay it up in Illustrator for laser cutting. I think I might do that a little bit later on. 4 hours. I am tempted. I am tempted just to keep getting this done. So it says maybe cut on net or being buggy. It must be, mate. I think it must be. Alright. You might also be getting a bit of crackle from me when I'm vaping that vape. I am super tempted now to see if this model is actually going to work. We've got no jigsaws on here. That's going to slot in underneath there. That slots in there. That slots on there. Got nothing. That jigsaw's here. Okay. Yeah, that splits through the middle there, underneath the doorway. That'll be fine. Alright, so there's our intact building. There's our cracked but still merged building. Let's take this building. Take a copy of it over here. We'll lift it up off the ground. Might just separate them slightly. Now we can start smashing stuff. Alright, let's explode this into its individual shapes. Bill's back. Thought you had things to do, mate. Sobik says, I think these would make a good base for a ruined city. Something intended to really go at and ruin up more. Yeah, I agree. Maybe we'll make it, let's just segue slightly, because this is a super basic building, right? It's a square, but I like to build buildings like this. Let's grab a random shape. We'll drag it up. We'll go 3 inches because that's our floor height, right? So we do need to make sure that whatever I'm drawing here is going to fit on our sprues. But there's one piece, and then I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to rotate it around to about here. Stick that in there. Might duplicate this. We'll drag this up on top of here. We'll grab this wall. We'll shove that in there, and let's push this wall in a little bit. Pull this one out a little bit. What's that gap there like? 59 millimeters, 60 centimeters. Let's grab this and push that in a little bit further. That's that. Let's duplicate this one more time. This is how I designed the large compound models. So now I've got a much more interesting and dynamic shape that I can make a really interesting building out of, with some railings on here. So we can grab, let's copy this wall, copy it and pull it out, and whoops, 3 mil, make that a group. Now we can grab this corner here, stick that on there, smash that down to there. Not the large compounds. What models were they? Jeez, I can't remember. Stick that there. That there. Now we got a little courtyard area here and put a door in there. Oh, the apartment buildings, the modern apartments were designed like this. Just an interesting shape to start with. And, you know, have some shops down here and some door up here. And obviously, you know, making this into a model that comes apart in a ruin would be interesting. But it's certainly doable. But I love, you know, making models like this that are super playable. You've got lots of weird spaces and all that sort of stuff to mess around on. But that is not what we're doing right now. Let's get rid of that. And this is why I have so many projects that don't get finished, because, you know, I'll be designing something and then I'm like, oh, you know, what'd be cool? This would be cool. And then I'll save what I'm doing, start working on something else, and then I'll come back to what I was working on and I'll be like, what the hell was I doing here? How does this model go together? So let's finish what we're doing, right? And then maybe we'll end up with 2 models. We can laser cut. I don't know if I'll sprue this, but we'll certainly lay it up in Illustrator. And right, that's 1/2. Welcome back, Bill. Okay, so Solvik says, I think I got recommended one of your videos today, Bill. Orc Pod Racer one. Did you watch? That was a good video, that one. Actually, let's just jump out of here for a second. Wide up to wires and stuff. How does this keep getting wrapped around the microphone cable? I've been collecting bits, Yakult bottles, yogurt containers, these cool little things. I don't have multiple cameras here. I've got cameras falling out of my ass. These little bottle tops off of, there's little fish-shaped soy bottles you get when you buy sushi. You know, all of those little things, and, you know, really interesting, you know, medicine. This is a bottle of vanilla essence, but it's a beautiful shape. And, you know, I've got boxes and boxes of that stuff now, and, you know, really interesting juice bottles that have, you know, interesting shapes and stuff on the bottom for, you know, cutting bits out of, and, you know, all real interesting. Oh, this has got shit in it. I'm dripping all over my keyboard. I watched it. Really interesting ribbed detail on the edge. So I've been collecting a whole bunch of that stuff to do scratch builds and all that sort of stuff. It's always so much fun when you're scratch building stuff. And I'd like to see how I can do some scratch building stuff while incorporating, you know, some of this sort of stuff into it. So I can have a little bit of repeatability. Excuse me. Especially for stuff like this. Like, we get these from Aldi. My wife buys these little tomato paste tins with the little ring pull top. What was that? Oh, I forgot I had that on. Johan, thanks for subscribing to the channel. I totally forgot I had that notification thing on. Appreciate you subscribing. Thanks, mate. Yeah, she gets these little tins. So, you know, how can I incorporate, you know, those sorts of components I know I'm going to be able to get all the time into, you know, scratch builds. Let's keep flattening this model so we can lay it up for laser cutting tomorrow, and then hopefully something's happening. Oh yeah, that's right. I've got a tech coming to decommission server infrastructure from my old software company. But that shouldn't mean I can't do a stream during the day while he's doing his stuff. I can pop on a quick stream and we can build these 2 models. What is that? We can get rid of that. Okay, let's come top down. Right, there's our 2 models. Our 2 halves. We need to make sure that we keep these together. So if you're joining in, I'm messing around in just creating some cool models for hang up on this to mess around with. And the more we advance our way through this series of streams, complex we'll get in terms of our design. The basic fundamentals are all the same. The tools that we're using here inside SketchUp are all the same. It doesn't matter sort of the complexity of your model has nothing to do with the tools that we'll be using. It's simply just a matter of design at that point. I'm just going to move this shape. Let's get rid of that crap. That. Delete that. I want to move the shape over here. Just rotate it this way too, so we can get closer. So when we export our shape like this, we want to be as close to it as we possibly can be. Right, we got a problem with this line over here. Let's get rid of that. Wow, that notification sound really freaked me out before. I didn't know what it was. I totally forgot. Some time ago I set up using some sort of streaming tool, like this notifications overlay that pop. You guys would have seen it pop up when someone subscribes. Because I don't stream a lot, I haven't heard it before. Okay, so right, let's save this file before something bad happens. File, export 2D graphic. Call this a split ruin. Split ruin 1. That's our EPS for that one. If you're wondering where the music is from, this is all from Stream Beats from Harris Heller. He runs a channel called Alpha Gaming, and had created this music sort of, it's not an app, it's a repository of music that he's produced called Stream Beats. Streambeats.com, and everything on there is free to use, and you can download it from their Dropbox, or you can stream it from Spotify or Apple Music or Amazon Music or whatever, and it's all 100% free. It's all 100% free, so that's what we're listening to, is a couple of the albums from their lo-fi from their lo-fi collection. Topic says, I think all projects exist on unfinished projects before. Yep, it's true. Bill was saying I always look for stuff like that. Yeah, the scratch building components. Yeah, I missed out, unfortunately. I wanted to do a quick video on stuff. You can put, old shit, rubbish on the, median strip next to the footpath outside our house, and the council comes past and collects it and takes it all away. And there's so much cool stuff in there. Bottom, and you can pull those off, and normally they're domed a little bit, and they're just a wonderful shape, and there's so many cool toys and stuff that you can grab out of there, and but the weather's been terrible, and I didn't get a chance to get out there, and then on the day to clean it up, I noticed that the council had come and cleaned everything up, and I was like, fuck, I missed that that treasure trove of goodness. This is split ruin number 2. Otherwise, there was some great stuff. Even on my street, I should have just walked out there and just picked up that stuff. Okay, so there's our two EPSs. Let's go back into Illustrator. Create a new artboard, 1000 by 600. We'll go and grab some of those EPSs. Split ruin is our first EPS. Let's drag this in here. And we'll copy our dimension. This is our total width of our piece. Copy. Zoom out. Use our direct selection tool to delete that and to delete that. Go select one of these lines. Select same stroke color. Delete that stroke. Okay, so there's our shape now. What is going on? I got something weird selected. There we go. Paste that in there. Okay, so there's all our pieces in the size that they should be. Let's ungroup all of that. Let's just fix up our colors. So we'll make that no fill and a black stroke at this stage, just so you can see what I'm doing. Otherwise, we're going to make this a black stroke, and I'll change it to a proper cutting color later on. Alright, so we don't need that. I don't know why I opened a new artboard. There's our first model. This is a full sheet. I'm not going to sprue any of this stuff like I did before. Let's close this. Let's go back to our chat for a second. Bill says, I'm always on the lookout for stuff like that. Yep. I have a lot, but there's always more. There's always more stuff. Solvik says I collect stuff like that as well. There's so much good stuff out there just in terms of junk, especially plastic components, like the casings of pretty much anything that's plastic. You know, if you cut it up with a Dremel, you get some really, really interesting shapes. And then, you know, you just go to town on layering things up on top of that, and you get some really, really interesting results. I'm really bummed I didn't get out there to pick up stuff. There was, you know, the hard rubbish collection will be happening in other suburbs around me, so I can duck out there and go have a look and see what's around. Let's make this artboard the size we need it to be, 440. So this is a full sheet that goes in the lathe. The lathe is 1 meter wide by 600 deep. So we're going to make this 440 because that's the size of what we call a half sheet of MDF. It's the half sheet. So normally when we buy a sheet of MDF, you know, we buy pallets of MDF, you know, they weigh 3.5 ton or whatever it is. You know, the sheet will come as a 1220 by 2440. Whoops. So 4 foot by 8 foot board. What the hell? Oh yeah. 1220 by 2440. Yeah. It'll come in a sheet like this. I just want to change the orientation of this. 2440 by 1220. It's a true 8 foot by 4 foot board, and then we rip it down to size in you know, 1000 by 600 lengths like this, and then what we get left over is this bit, the half sheet. It is 440 by 600, obviously minus the curve of the blade, but you know, 440 is enough. So that's why my standard artboard is 1000 by 600 or 440 by 600. Don't know why I needed to show you that, but you know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm rambling. So this kit will fit on a half sheet, which is great. That's that. We're not going to worry about any sprue points, so let's just make this an appropriate color for laser cutting. And on my lasers, it's a pink line. A lot of people use red. I use pink. Don't ask me why. Well, red line I use for scoring. That's why. 2440, 255 by 255. Let's make that a hairline. And now that's ready to cut on the laser. File. Save as split realm 1 as an AI. Save. Save. Let's grab our other EPS, which was ruin number 2. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of other work that needs to happen to make these production ready. But in terms of just being able to cut that now, we can cut that. And we'll do the same thing to this kit. Get, whoops, direct selection tool to delete those anchor points. We'll delete the stroke. Select the same stroke color. We'll delete that stroke out of there. If I don't delete that stroke, then the dimensions of these pieces will be incorrect. There's our pieces there. Oh, actually, there is one thing that we need to do to this, and that's fix up the compound paths. Okay, so that's that. We can ungroup all of this. Select everything. Let's do our compound paths. So when you bring a shape out of SketchUp, like we saw hours and hours and hours ago, when you bring a shape out of SketchUp, this will be a compound path. And we want to release that compound paths because compound paths don't play nicely with our sprue points, and sometimes they don't play nicely with a laser. So we can release that compound path, group everything, and so if we've got cutouts inside a shape, it will always be a compound path. So you'll notice that these ones aren't a compound path because there's no cutouts inside this shape. Alright, so now we can select all of that, get rid of its fill, give it an appropriate stroke color, and an appropriate weight, 0.001. That's a hairline now. Okay. So we'll change our artboard again, just so we've got that half sheet, 440. And we'll just arrange these on the sheet. Obviously these would all need to be laid up properly on sprues and stuff, and then sprue points and stuff added. But for the moment, we're not going to worry about any of that. We're just going to cut this as it comes and just see, you know, these two halves. Where's our model gone here? Are these two halves of the building? Why can't I not select the building? Because I don't have the select tool selected. Are these two halves of the building going to stand up, or are they going to topple over because of some of this overhanging weight? You know, especially on this side over here, you know, you've got all this overhanging weight here. So we're not going to do too much work on this before we can cut one of these and build it and see what happens. We're just laying this up on a sheet of MDF so we can fit all our parts on. How many? That's it. That's all we need. Let's. Cool. That'll do. That'll do. Everything is sitting within the sheet. Cool. Save that as split realm 2. Save. Okay, cool. We need to come back to our split realm 1, and I know that you can't see anything, so let's just increase the stroke weight and fix up these compound paths. Okay, so that's all good now. Select all that. We'll change the stroke weight back to a hairline and save that. Cool. Jump back onto our NAS. Does anyone remember where I put these files? So this is our NAS. If you're joining in, this is the NAS on our server at Knights of Dice where all of our products are stored. I think I called it stream something, didn't I? Let's state modified. Let's have a look. Stream developments. Here we go. We want to dump in there those two AI files. Oh, we got to close them. And I think that'll be about it, I reckon. What's happening in chat? Dolvix is off. Good night, mate. Thank you for spending so long with me. Let's jump back up in the chat. Bill says, I'd love to collab on a scratch build one day. Yes, I'm very keen, mate. Let me know. Voltara and Gel have really interesting caps that I'm sure would look good on something. Caps on so many different sorts of squeezy bottles and stuff. You know, they just, they're so good. So good. Let's come back up in here. It says, I use a lot of freezer bag clips and clothes pegs in my latest. Yeah, clothes pegs are cool. There's so many different shapes of clothes pegs as well. One of the guys in our gaming club, the Axes and Owls gaming club, was building some space, spaceships for, large scale, but tiny scale space games out of clothes pegs. Super great. This makes me want to go and build, but it's way too cold. Yeah. Lovely. Solvix. Thank you, mate. Really appreciate it. DW Rules is still with me. Hairline for cutting, stroke weight for brick engraving. So the stroke weight is always the same. Crap, hang on. Shit, I think I've woken somebody up. Be back in a minute, hang on. Okay, no. Well, no. But she was just going to the bus then. Okay, so I think we're okay. So yeah, the hairline for cutting and stroke weight for brick engraving. It's all the same. So if we open up one of these for laser cutting on any laser, whenever you want to cut anything, it doesn't matter if you're using a Trotec, an Epilog or a Universal or whatever, you need a hairline to cut and to score lines. And so the hairline in Illustrator is 0.001, and you will use that for whether you're cutting something or, let's throw a panel around this window and it will object path offset this. Let's just say 3mm, fine. And we'll delete that original shape. So this shape, it still will have that stroke weight of at a hairline 0.001 points, but the color will make a difference. So we'll make this 102.510. So again, on most lasers, the laser will operate on. Oh, I did all of that off screen. Sorry. The laser will operate using different colors, and those different colors will determine. Let me just get some better stroke weight that you can see. The different colors will determine what power and what speed the laser runs at. And so whenever you're laser cutting anything, you need to have your cut lines at the appropriate stroke weight. Oh yeah, I've got a bloody logo right in the way, don't I? Of course I do. So the stroke weight needs to be a hairline. In the Illustrator, that's 0.001. You'll use that for engraving or cutting, for scoring lines or cutting lines. The difference being this pink line will be full power, so it'll use 100% of its power, whereas this brown line, it will use 10% of its power. And so with 10% of its power, it can't cut all the way through this wood, so it just scores it and leaves a line behind. So yes, for GW rules, the hairline for cutting, stroke weight for brick engraving is the same. Stroke weight is the same, 0.001. Just the color makes a difference. Just undo all that. There we go. Rightio. Thank you so much, everyone, for spending such a long time with me. It's been a wonderful 4 hours, almost 4.5 hours of sitting here having a ramble, talking with people in chat, and having a little bit of a look into designing some very simple models here in SketchUp, and then maybe we'll start getting to the point where we can be looking at much more complicated or advanced models. We'll see. I would like to come back to this range, Facility 42. There's a couple of different variants of that range, and maybe get this out there, get it finished, stop playing with it, stop procrastinating, just finish it off and get it out there. Maybe we'll spend some time looking at that. But there we go. Thank you so much. I think this is the second time now in this stream I've said goodbye. Once was about 3 hours ago. And now is now. Thank you so much. I will catch you guys next time. I always forget to turn my streams off. There we go. Thanks for watching. See ya.